probably not that much in it, is it?
There won't be any, there shouldn't be any left or right. Oh, there's other one. Okay, there shouldn't be that way. Yeah, to the right, no, only the right way. It's nothing.
Good morning everyone and welcome to 2023 Formula SAE Australasia here at Calder Park. I have Kevin sitting with me from Western Australia.
Yeah, it's good to be here again, Phil, and it's been a bit of a muck around this year and where we were going to run, but thankfully we've arrived here all safely at Calder for another year. It's good to see you again, Phil, back from being a bit unwell last year.
Yeah, a bit struck down with COVID and had to resort to watching it on YouTube. Thank you very much to Blendline TV for doing a great job last year. And I've worked with Blendline a few times. They do a great job every time.
Yeah, I think what I'm noticing already this year is well, last year we came off all of the disruptions from COVID, and I guess teams weren't really running as smoothly as they normally would. But you could really see that the level of professionalism has risen again in the pits. So I think this is going to be a really interesting event this year, and I'm really looking forward to the dynamics today and tomorrow.
Yeah, so I was a little bit late in getting down yesterday, busy at work unfortunately, but got here yesterday and wandered through the pits, and immediately you become motivated just by the passion of the students out there wandering around, having a great time and thoroughly involved in what they're doing with these cars. You work with them at the university over in Western Australia. What's your thoughts on what you see for the outcomes of a lot of these students?
Oh, this is an amazing event for outcomes of students. They really get to put their engineering knowledge to the test. So much of what we do in a university setting is theoretical and assignments and exams, and here they get to work on something that's real. They get to be competitive, so go up against other universities, and there's really no other program in the universities quite like it.
That's right, and of course it's not just mechanical engineering students that are involved. There's other disciplines that are involved in the team. So you might want to run through what some of those are.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, in the teams, they manage it themselves. So some teams will have managers that are from their engineering faculties, but sometimes they're coming from business, so a business and law background. You've got people involved with marketing. There's people that generally can come from any part, so you might pick drivers from all over the universities. So you do get this multidisciplinary approach, and in the past, it's largely been a mechanical engineering project, but we can see here that the vast bulk of the teams here are electric, EV. So you see a lot more electrical engineering students and mechatronics students.
Yeah, there are some of my older friends, of which I fit in that same category, that tend to be a bit reluctant to think about the EV field, and they say, oh, it's going to die out, and I say, well, just go and have a look at the Formula SAE. The majority of the cars there are electric. I think you're looking at the future when you're looking at SAE.
Well, absolutely. The world record 0 to 100 was beaten again this year. It is now sits under 1 second, and that's a Formula student electric car, not running in competition spec, but no, the electric revolution's well and truly underway.
And what was that? I think it was something like 0.6 or 0.8 of a second or something.
I think it was in the 0.9s, low 0.9s.
Was it? Yeah.
But the amazing thing is it could do it over and over and over again.
Yeah.
It wasn't just a fluke. So, no, these vehicles are really quite impressive. So, Phil, are there any particular teams here that have really caught your eye that you're looking out for seeing today?
Well, there's a really a cherry on top, I think, is just about what I would call it. The car from New Zealand,
Canterbury's car.
car.
Yeah, gorgeous.
Yeah, that's absolutely gorgeous. I didn't get to wander around and see all of the cars yesterday because I was so late getting here. But there are some fine examples. I made just looking out the window in front of me, which is not on our screen, but I can see a car from Swinburne, and that's quite a well-presented looking car out there from this distance. So,
Swinburne have got a good history in this competition. They produce really nice cars, and the one that I'm really keen that's sitting in front of us going into brake test is University of Tasmania. It's they haven't always been in the competition. I love seeing them here, and I think the car they've produced this year is really quite a nice one. So I'm looking forward to see how they go.
Yep, that's good. And of course, the other thing I noticed is that some of the cars, or a lot of the cars, have got wings and under trays and things like that, but some of the cars don't. And it tends to be a lot of, one of my aerodynamicist friends says, you're better off to start with a cigar and then you gradually add your aero to the car as you develop things. So it's good to see that that seems to be what goes on.
Yeah, well, one of the teams that's come down to Australia quite a few times, Tokyo Denki, they've been a regular competitor in Australia. They produce a very nice non-aero car, very light. I think it's the lightest car in competition, and they'll be looking for a really strong finish here amongst the remainders of the IC. There's only 4 teams running in IC this year, so really I think the people that are running in IC are looking to see how they compare with the electrics on time. So.
Yeah. I do have a question for you, Kevin. Those IC cars, are they running on sustainable fuel yet? Is there anything within SAE that is saying that they've got to run on the newer upcoming sustainable fuels or renewable fuels?
No, not at this stage, but there are some really notable advances. I know Porsche's been doing a fair bit of work in that space, and that's an exciting thing for people that are interested in motorsport, is that a lot of the motorsport vehicles, especially historics, and I know you're a huge fan of historic vehicles, we do want to see these vehicles continue, but we do want to see it in a sustainable way. So it's maybe something for the competition to think about as to whether they want to keep these ICs and maybe move them to those sustainable fuels. I don't know exactly what the availability is of those in Australia, but it would be an interesting development.
Yeah, I was reading an article the other day where for the last 5 years, I think they said all aircraft out of one of the American airports are all been flying on sustainable fuels, and they're international flights. So it's been going on behind the scenes without anybody really knowing.
Oh, that's incredible to hear. Okay, so it looks like we're seeing the first cars coming out to the skid pad area.
This is always a lot of fun watching these guys on the skid pan. The aim of the skid pan.
Oh, so the skid pad's the first event that we're running today. It's to test the lateral capabilities of the cars, the lateral acceleration capabilities. So they'll do a figure eight. They do 2 circles in one direction, the second one being timed, then 2 circles in the other direction, the second one being timed, and the overall time is the average of those. So you don't need a degree to figure out exactly how the equation goes, but probably not far from it. It's probably the more difficult event to explain how the running is going.
Now, am I seeing 25 on that car?
Yes, you certainly are.
I am. I'm busily looking for 25 through my sheets.
It does take a while when we're commentating just to... One of the things, we're not actually right in front of the...
University of Waco.
Yes, they did.
New Zealand team.
Yeah,
so
Waikato, they did very well last year. And by all accounts, I think this is the last of the ICs we're going to see from Waikato. They're making a move to electric, and this car is being run by a very small group of students. I think they've only had 7 students working on the IC car this year. But they've done a very good job in getting out and getting running. They were one of the first teams through Tech. So we should see a pretty solid run from them.
Now, the cars, suspensions on these cars, they follow pretty much the design specs that you would expect on a road-going car, or is there any significant differences that you might find?
Oh, there's a few out there with interesting applications to it, but most are a double A-arm suspension system all around. Some are direct acting on shocks. A lot of them use rockers. There is a really interesting suspension system on my own team, so ECU Racing. They have a different rear end, and the engine is actually partially unsprung. Oh,
that's an interesting one, because unsprung weight is usually something that you try and get rid of.
Yeah, it's a bit of a balance between overall reduction of weight and how much is in the unsprung, and the rear suspension is actually modelled off go-karts and dirt track cars rather than formula cars.
Okay, interesting. So it looks like we've got things about ready to start. The lollipop is being held up, and the car looks like it's in position.
Well, this is a very different running of this event than we're used to. All of the cars have been assigned a run order, so it was randomised. And teams will need to run in their run order. It's going to be run as 2 heats, and Waikato are first off the mark.
Here we go. So car comes up, about to enter the skid pan. So he's trundling very slowly around the skid pan at this stage.
Yeah, I think sometimes a driver will go, I think that looks like it's done 3 circuits on the first one round.
Yes, that's a bit of wrong direction there perhaps, and that might not go well. The car looks to be speeding up a little at the moment.
It's a lot more confusing an event than it appears when you're watching it on TV. It looks like it's very clear circles here, but when you're sitting in the car at the level of the cones...
It is so hard when you're competing driving around cones. I've done it, and when you get to a racetrack, I've done some hill climbing, so when you get to a hill climb where they put in a chicane and it's bollards, you get to the bollards the first time and you go, oh, which way have I got to go?
Yeah.
So, yes, it's not easy.
And I'd hazard a guess that this driver probably hasn't done too many skid pads before. But you can see definitely he's come out a little bit quicker this second time.
Yeah.
Having an early run where you haven't hit cones really builds up a bit of confidence.
Yeah, because what's the situation if you hit a cone in skid pan?
There is a time penalty, but effectively that run is really not worth doing once you hit a cone.
It just becomes a practice run after that.
Yeah, absolutely. You will see cones in endurance. They don't tend to, you'll hit a few cones generally, and they don't affect your finish too much. But in a skid pad or an acceleration, it's pretty much makes the run not worth anything. But that looked like a fairly tidy run there.
Yeah, it looked like a tidy run, and I don't think there was any cones being displaced or carried around the track.
Well, and the big thing that we see there is that you have a run on the board. That means at this stage they have the fastest run. That's the maximum amount of points. And there's no guarantees that all teams will be out today. There's still teams trying to get through their scrutineering.
Yes, there's always little gremlins come along that prevent success, and completing a discipline in this event is a success.
Yeah, and the last time lap on that was a 6.2 by Waikato, so we'd expect to see the times come down to around 5 seconds or under. Now this is the ECU car, so it's red and white. Fairly well turned out.
A car you're a bit familiar with.
Yeah, a car I'm fairly familiar with. This is built as a narrow car. It's not really designed to have skid pad as its best event, and it does end up lifting wheels sometimes in this event. So it should be pretty interesting. But I'd imagine the first runs out will be a bit of a banker for the team.
Yeah, that's a good idea. But of course, the odd lifting of the wheel here and there, it does tend to add to the spectacle.
Absolutely. There is a bit of a downside for some of the teams that are running early. The skid pad track definitely rubbers up, and between the start of the session and the end of the session, you would expect that the track rubbering up is probably worth in the order of 0.3 to 0.4 of a second.
Yeah, they might want to try and get the Loctite boys out there to lock the track up a bit, give them a bit of extra grip.
Well, we don't want that much grip. Loctite's an amazing product. I think this car's held together by Loctite. Yes, we're well and truly familiar with Loctite in the workshop. Do you need the magic green, the magic red, or the magic blue? Henkel's are sponsors of this competition, aren't they, Phil?
They are. So really good to have them along, as it is with a lot of our sponsors. So Caterpillar, Applied EV, Ampol Charge, Toyota, Ford, Tesla. The Australian Defence Force careers are here as well. Sales and SC Group, Leap, ANSYS, Transport of New South Wales, Red Bull, and we've got AEVA, which I'm not sure what the explosion is of that, and Aurora Solar Car. They're friends of the on the list here.
I actually know the driver in the car. The driver in this is Stuart, and we actually found out recently that he's got a really a horrid fear of birds, Phil. Oh. So hopefully he doesn't see a bird on the track, otherwise this could go horribly wrong for him.
Just as well we're not at Phillip Island. The Cape Barren goose down there get up close and friendly to the edge of the track. So,
well, I think he would be well and truly staying inside the pits if that was the case. And he's we talk about the educational outcomes, but he's one of the students that is graduating from the team and really has picked up a lot this year, has really enjoyed the process.
And so does he have other driving experience, or at least he's been doing a go-karting or in the past? Or?
Yeah, he has had some experience driving go-karts.
Okay. Well, he's underway now, and nice speedy entry into the right-hand part there, and as you can see, the car seems to be skipping around quite quickly.
Yeah, so you can see that inside rear just coming off the ground just a little bit. The car is really set up for very rapid yaw acceleration. Mm-hmm. And that first time lap was a 5.65. And we'll see the new time come up with a 5.7. So that's a great banking run. They'll be really happy with that.
Banking run, and the car appeared to accelerate quite well too. I noticed there was a couple of spots where he backed off into the corners and gave it a bit extra throttle. The car seemed to pick up acceleration really well. So fairly handy performing little car there by the look of that.
Yes, we're definitely looking forward to autocross and endurance with this.
Now, the aero package on this, are you able to talk much of the aero package?
Oh, absolutely. It's a bit of a lower downforce package, so the wings are not at their full width, partly because the students had decided to design a car that was not going to easily hit cones on track. So you definitely lose a lot of time in autocross and endurance if you hit a cone.
So, second time round, and we can already see that he's pushing the car quite a bit harder.
And he's had a bit of an off there.
He's exploded it there, though.
Oh, that's a little bit of a shame. It definitely looked like he was pushing it pretty hard there, but that run now is counted as an off course, so he'll be a bit upset with that. May have seen a bird, Phil.
I don't know. A few Indian miners about, so hopefully not, and hopefully he doesn't mind that we've had a bit of a dig at him about being fearful of birds.
Oh, Phil, they knew it was coming. All year they know that I end up on commentating, so they try and say, can you try and say this in commentating this year? And my co-faculty advisor is really keen for me to quote the whole of Days of Thunder.
Okay.
So a classic motorsport movie. In fact, the students last night were watching Days of Thunder as preparation, especially for the skid pad.
Well, you might mention to them that in the acceleration test, they should not be a flamingo. They need to put their foot down.
Yeah, drop the hammer. I'm going to drop the hammer. There you go. And this is Monash. So Monash is this. We're not used to seeing Monash come out too early in a skid pad, but they are scheduled to be running here.
A fairly handy team too in the past. Pulled some fairly good results in the championship.
Oh, absolutely. And you can see that this is almost the complete opposite of the car that came before it. So this is an EV. It's a much wider car, so they've gone for maximising the aerodynamics. It's a high-powered EV. And the weight difference between the car is quite substantial. So one team with the IC, which allows you to build a lighter car, was 162.5 kilos, I think, was their weigh in. And I think the Monash car is in around the 260s, in that sort of region. Yeah, okay. But a lot more batteries and a lot more power. So they've got a big aero package and a lot of power. So very different approach to the competition.
That can make the car quite a bit harder to drive too. So you might have more power and all of those things, but that starts to sometimes work against you because the car can become quite a bit harder to drive.
Well, one bonus they've got going for them is most of the time with these tyres, you don't run them at the ideal temp. Always hit a cone there. Won't be happy with that.
Bigger car, easier to hit the cones.
Yeah, absolutely. But I'd say this is just a sighting lap. Or car, they're struggling a little bit on that second lap. So I don't know whether the driver's really just trying to get some temperature into the tyres, which is a really important thing in this event.
Yeah, and now the cars, the teams have numerous drivers. Is there a minimum, maximum number of drivers that you can have for a team?
No, you can have, for the drivers, yes, you need a minimum of 4 drivers can do all of the events, but you can have different drivers in all events. But that time from Monash was a 6:05, so a bit off where ECU did on their banker, but obviously the ECU didn't get that second run in tight, so we'd expect that Monash on this second run will really improve the time.
Yeah.
But you're really seeing the disadvantage of running early on a dusty track here as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
This will be counteracted a little bit tomorrow. So whoever finishes fastest in the skid pad will have to go out first in the autocross.
Okay, so that works as a nice way to try and even up the inconsistency, if you like, of the track conditions throughout the event.
Absolutely, and that was a 5.66 on that first lap, so that's about where the ECU was on their first run. And that second lap there was a 5.98, so a little bit off the pace of that first banker from ECU. But I'd expect both of these teams are going to lose a fair bit of time before the day is out.
Yep.
We're seeing some teams down in front of us in the practice track getting ready, and
Yeah, there's some really nice looking cars out there, and well, they all look nice. I'd like to go and have a bit of a punt in one of these one day.
oh, they're amazingly fun to drive, Phil. I'd highly recommend it if you get a chance to, if a team gives you a seat, it's well worth doing. It is one of the things I do miss about this is being a competitor in this and myself. It's hard to watch the teams run the cars and not want to hop in. But here we have another Western Australia team. So this is Curtin University lining up for their skid pad. Curtin's actually celebrating their 20th anniversary this year.
Ah, good stuff.
And you can actually see a green line on the front of their nose. That's the first car that they produced was painted green, and they had the idea that maybe they wanted to do this car green, but they settled on that green line for their 20th. So another electric car. Where all of the cars now, there's only the 4 ICs. They are scheduled to run up early, and we saw that Sydney and Tokyo Denki, unfortunately, weren't out in their scheduled order. So I don't know whether they are allowed to come out. I think they can come out in their second heat with their second driver.
Okay.
But we will be working through the EVs now. This is a great team, Curtin. They've been a top-level competitor for quite a while now. And they've made the transition to electric quite successfully. Didn't have the most reliable year last year, unfortunately not finishing endurance. But they've really worked on it to make sure they can get through everything this year.
Yeah, those changes in technology, when you first make those changes, it can take a while to fully understand the intricacies and get those little bits and pieces just sorted out so that it all works perfectly.
Yes, most of the people we talk to about, obviously we're in the transition at the moment to electric vehicles and have found it quite a difficult task. But most of the teams we talk to really indicate that the first 1 or 2 cars, you're really struggling to get them to run properly.
Yeah, because it's not just a simple matter of ripping out the old ICE engine and putting an electric motor in there and a couple of batteries. There's a lot of aspects involved in how you test and tune these systems. A lot of software work, I imagine, would have to go on.
Oh, absolutely. Designs of custom boards, and that was a 6.22 for the first lap. So still seeing teams not really at the pace, but it looks like a clean run from Curtin. They'll be happy that they've got one on the board. And that was a 6.12 on the second lap there.
Okay, good stuff.
I think actually with these sorts of times and seeing that ECU on their first run was actually pushing it a bit, I think this is going to be a reasonably slow skid pad track. So it'll probably rubber in. So we'll see how much of an improvement we see. But at the moment, I think the track is looking a little bit slow.
Yeah, of course, last year at Winton, the skid pad was actually on a skid pad, which gets used quite regularly, so there was lots of rubber on it. Now I think the cars looked faster on that skid pad than they do on this one.
And so Curtin going straight back out, and you can see right here that the driver's definitely pushing a bit harder. Very similar concept to the Monash vehicle. It's a bigger car. It has a fairly powerful motor, running a fair bit of battery. That does bring some weight. That first lap was a 5.9. Oh, and they've taken cones out. Yeah. It's rearranged the track a little bit.
Really good that I hear the crowd that are down there applauding each of the cars as they come through, which is absolutely brilliant. The level of support across teams is really good to see.
Well, one thing I've noticed as the teams have been investigating and getting involved with the electric vehicles, there seems to be, it was always good relationships between teams, but I think as people have moved to electric, there's been a lot more communication between teams because I think everyone realises the difficulty of the task.
Yep.
And are really keen to help people. I noticed in Western Australia, we were always fairly collegiate and friendly with each other. But there was that undercurrent of competition. But since the teams have moved to electric, it's been a really friendly atmosphere, and it's been great to see.
And it's interesting, you've probably noticed yourself in delivering education to others, that sometimes you start to learn more yourself.
Oh, absolutely.
That's been an experience for me on numerous occasions.
Well, I've got to admit, Phil, this car that's lining up now, UQ, is one of my favourite teams. We're big fans of UQ over in ECU. We love the cars that they produce. In fact, we've got a real soft spot for all of the Queensland teams.
Okay.
But we really like how they go about their design work. They're quite an innovative team, and we see they're taking a slightly different approach. So this is more of what we'd call a lighter weight electric vehicle. So they don't quite have the same battery capacity and power as the bigger cars, but they're really aiming to try and get some of that speed back by building a smaller, lighter vehicle.
Now, pardon me, the aero on these cars in the skid pan, how much sort of effect would that actually have on these cars, because their speed relevant to a Formula car on a circuit racing is quite a bit slower?
Well, it's actually quite interesting that pre the aero sort of revolution that we saw in this competition on the skid pad, you could have cars, I guess the old UWA cars were capable of and clocked 5-second skid pads at competition. And when we moved to the aero, you really only saw in the order of about 0.1 of a second from the aero as an advantage, and that was in the big aero days. So it's really not a huge amount in aero. There is some. The advantage of aero is actually a lot more when you see it on the autocross and endurance track.
Yeah.
But the big thing that we're seeing is now with the electric vehicles, the ones that have torque vectoring. That is a real game changer, and we're seeing times now that are in the mid and low fours from some of the electric vehicles over in Europe. We may see some of that, where the word out on the street is that Auckland has a vehicle capable of 4.7s. So really looking forward to seeing that, but whether they manage that on this surface will be pretty interesting. So Queensland there, very conservative run. There was a 6.9 on the second lap and a 7.3 on the first, but again, time on the board.
Excellent stuff.
Yeah, there really has been, I think, a big explosion in terms of the different design approaches that has happened as there has been the switch to electric. For quite a while, the top approach was a really powerful all-wheel drive electric vehicle using the AMKs, but the availability of those motors is really, you can only get them in Europe. But we are starting to see some different approaches, teams that are now going two-wheel drive at the rear. And we see Queensland here looking a little bit faster now.
Yeah, it's looking quite nippy around the course there on that run.
And that was a 5.79 on the first lap and a 5.65 on the second. So on average, that's pretty close to what ECU managed earlier. So at the moment on the pace, but we definitely expect to see those times improve. If you are following this on NatSoft, you will see the best laps there, but the way the scoring is done, the NatSoft results won't give you a good indication of what the final score will be, because they do need to take the average of both runs. You can on the NatSoft get the individual runs, and teams will be doing that. They'll be calculating where they are and tracking the competition.
They'll be cross-checking the official results and go.
Absolutely, it wouldn't be a Formula SAE competition if there wasn't some sort of controversy going on. No, I think a huge thanks to the organisers of this. They've had a real run about getting this event happening. There has been a change in date and a change in location, and they have responded really well. At one stage, it was looking like that the competition may not have been a guaranteed event.
Yes, it was a bit of a scurry towards in the latter part of the year, really, I think. So hats off to those involved in making all the necessary adjustments and arrangements to get the event up and running again this year. And of course, whilst I'm thanking people, all of those people that are volunteers for the support of the event, huge thank you to those people, because without the volunteers, nothing can happen.
Oh, absolutely. They're just wonderful people to talk to, too, all of the volunteers involved. So many of them have huge experience, and we're seeing that a lot of the volunteers are ex-competitors themselves coming back to help out. And mainly a lot of the Victorian teams, they do find that people living locally are more able to volunteer, and we're seeing a lot of ex-Monash students. They've been a big team, a lot of ex-RMIT students in particular. So I know that the judging team, in the design judging and cost judging, there's a lot of ex-students there involved as well. So that's really good to see that students are going out from the competition and coming back and contributing. Oh, this is the Canterbury car. Look at this, the pace on this already.
Absolutely, two-wheel drive, and I believe running somewhere, if I've got the right car, I think I'm told that it has about 50% setting for the traction control, and so the car's quite slippery.
Yeah, well, that was a 5.26 on the first lap and a 5.55 on the second. That has set the new benchmark. And
absolutely.
The real reason to have those two motors is you get the torque vectoring on the rear, which really helps your turning around. So the torque vectoring, where one side has a higher drive than the other, allows it to turn the car. So you're not just relying on the steering, the front steering wheels to do that. And Canterbury have had a really big focus this year on weight reduction, and they've gone from an all-wheel drive car last year to just the two-wheel drive, and it really looks like it's working for them.
Yeah, and again, this has got an under tray but no wings. Got a fin at the back.
A fin at the back. So the fins at the back can provide some stability, but I have heard that Canterbury are doing it really for appearance more than stability there, but it certainly works on appearance.
The car is certainly very, very nippy. It's got a lot of potential, this car. I think it'll be
absolutely
really interesting to see how it goes in the rest of the dynamic events.
So that last circle is a 5.34. So it's a nice consistent run there. 2 runs off the bat. You can really see when the teams come out on skid pad how much preparation they've done.
Yep.
And I think that Canterbury team is looking very, very hard to beat this competition already.
Yeah, and I noticed that one of the sponsors on that car is Roden Cars from New Zealand. I don't know if anybody's familiar with those, but they are building some amazing vehicles over there. And yeah, hats off to what's going on in New Zealand with the development of those cars.
Oh, absolutely, and Auckland are here as well again, and Auckland and Canterbury and Waikato as teams, and they're all class acts as teams, and the composite work in particular from Auckland and Canterbury is probably the best composite work in the grid. They do amazing work, both teams, and they have for quite a long time. So both Auckland and Canterbury were running quite quick last year. So it was probably not a surprise that Canterbury came out and were doing as well as they did there. But we have Swinburne here. This is a very well sorted car from the looks of it. It's a very neat car.
Yes, I had a bit of a look at this car out in front of us here earlier on off camera, but yeah, it looks fairly neat indeed.
Well, Swinburne were one of the first teams to switch to electric. They were very early adopters of the technology. We actually ran an unofficial Formula SAE West, where some teams came over to West Australia quite a few years ago.
Okay.
I think it was in 2013, so 10 years ago. And Swinburne bought an electric car over then. So 10 years ago, they had an electric car. A little bit before that, I was actually lucky enough to drive the car in the Formula SAE West,
okay.
And the power from the motor was really quite impressive. The steering was probably pretty close to the heaviest steering I've ever experienced on a Formula SAE car. So,
and why would that be? Did they have a very high steering axis inclination, or
yeah, a lot of a very large scrub radius and a lot of mechanical trail. It was really just in the steering geometry, and it's an area where these cars are. As somebody that's really fascinated by the suspension design, you really do need to have a low scrub radius and a low mechanical trail in these cars.
Yeah.
If you are running a lot of caster and you kick that mechanical trail up quite a lot, the cars can get very, very heavy.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was. I think they gave me about 5-10 minutes or something to run in it, but I was pretty happy after about 2 or 3 laps. Pulled it in and realised that my arm strength wasn't quite what it was.
Yes, I believe the supercars have very, very heavy steering. If the power steering fails on them, they're just about undrivable.
Well, you think with these small cars that it's almost a given that the steering would be light, but no, if you don't do your design right, they can be incredibly difficult to drive.
Yeah.
And teams take a different approach to how they do the driver controls. Some teams like a steering that's slightly heavier. I know that at ECU we typically do a very light steering setup, and that really designed for that endurance run, so that the drivers are not fatigued towards the end of the run.
Yep. At the end of the day, the more comfortable you are in the car, the faster you can go for longer.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the downsides of going too light, though, is you do lose a little bit of feedback. So it gets a little bit harder to judge when you're on the limit.
Yeah, yep. A little bit of a matter of finding that fine balance, isn't it?
Yeah, and the ergonomics of these cars is a really important part of the design.
Swinburne look like they're about ready to go.
They've been released. It's a fairly tentative approach to the track, but building up a bit of speed now.
Yeah, good speed around the first loop there by the look of that.
Definitely a little bit of bounce on that front end. You're seeing the front wing get a lot, move its relationship, the height relationship to the ground, and that was a 6.2 on that first circle. You can hear even a little bit of scraping through the mics.
Yeah, interesting. And a bollard being unceremoniously collected as he's come out of the skid pan.
Yeah, good banking run there. I'm not sure whether that's indicating that some of that bounce was the condition of the track, or whether that's running fairly low damping in the front. There is that balance with that front wing location too, so there is a temptation to try and not run it too close to the ground so that you're not striking. If you're regularly striking the ground, you can be pulled from an event. You won't generally see that on a skid pad, but you can see it in an endurance. But worse than that, if the wing does actually contact with the ground, you're generally choking your front wing, so you can lose a lot of downforce.
Absolutely. There's a fine line between maximum downforce and choking it, that's for sure.
So definitely a quicker run there. That was a 5.6.
Just collected a cone though.
Oh, that's unfortunate, because that was a fairly quick first run on that lap. And they've slowed.
He's gone wrong direction there as well. So.
No, I'm wondering if he's lost drive here. The driver's putting his hands up. It looks like it's lost drive. Does give us a chance to have a really nice look at it in screen here.
Yeah.
Well, this is a really tough thing about this, Phil, is that you build these cars, it's hard enough to get them running, and then when they're running, you have the really difficult thing of keeping them running.
And look, one of the things we were talking about before too, with the ability to turn the car with torque vectoring, etc., being able to calculate the slip angle of the tyres and incorporate that within the design. How difficult is that for a lot of the students?
Well, the actual processes for the torque vectoring and the traction controller actually not that difficult, but knowing the right settings to run, that can be quite challenging. So some of I know with the ICs, when you are running your launch control and traction control, it's largely available to you. A lot of teams run Motec, so it's a case of feeding in your wheel speed sensors and controlling there. But when you go to electric, you are running different motor controllers. There's whole heaps of different software that you might be dealing with. So it really depends on what system you're running. But the actual theory behind it is reasonably straightforward. But getting the right settings for the absolute optimum speed can be difficult. And it does change too. So you see in a acceleration run in particular that sometimes you can be chasing the conditions. And so if it starts to rubber up, you really do need to allow a bit more slip. The University of Newcastle here. Beautifully presented car.
Always like a blue car.
Oh, this does look like it's got a bit of go.
It does.
Oh, you can see the inside rear just getting a bit off the ground there. Nice run so far.
The car's nice and smooth.
Well, it definitely was a nice run. That was a 5.58 on that first lap. Oh, and a bit of back end on that exit. And a 5.48. That puts them in second place at the moment. An excellent run there.
Absolutely brilliant run. And one run to come. So will we see somebody break that 5 second, get down into under 5 seconds?
Now you do see on some of the better set up cars that it's the rear wheel that tends to come off the ground before the front at the absolute limit. These cars are generally set up to turn very, very rapidly. Understeer is an absolute speed killer in these vehicles. Oh, this looks like a great run so far by Newcastle. You can really see that the pace is there. Looking clean so far.
Now, do you know whether this is a four-motor vehicle or just the rear wheels?
Oh, I'm unsure. I'm pretty keen to go over and have a look at this car, but that was a 5.37 and a 5.38. That's incredible consistency between those two laps. That is an excellent run there by them, and that puts them pretty close to Canterbury.
Yeah, and I suspect that driver is well attuned to that car.
Yes, and you asked the question earlier about the effect of aerodynamics, and currently the two fastest cars in skid pad are what you'd call a low aero car from Canterbury and what you'd call a no aero car from Newcastle. It's really showing that they've got the pace. But UNSW will be looking to claw one back for the aero cars. UNSW have been a team in this competition right from the very beginning. Back when I was competing, UNSW were well known for producing very, very fast cars. And they've produced some beautiful cars over the years. And I think they've got a very, very big team here. I heard that they've got 90 students here.
Wow. That is really good effort. How many students involved in your team?
We have 17 over with us.
17?
A little bit harder to get people over from Western Australia, but our team is a small one.
It's an expensive run from Perth across to Victoria.
Well, yes. Qantas isn't overly generous with their air flights anymore. It's quite expensive to travel. Oh no, the driver has stopped there.
And bitterly annoyed at having made a driver error.
Yeah, they will be disappointed. The main thing you've got to do with these is you've got to be able to reset very quickly. You've got to be able to put that run behind you.
Yep.
Far too often in motorsport we see a driver get flustered after a mistake. looks like they don't have drive at the moment. So we can see on the screen there the current time. So these are the fastest lap times, so the individual laps. But we see Canterbury there with a 5.2.4, Newcastle with a 5.3.7, Swinburne with a 5.6.2, ECU with a 5.6.5, University of Queensland with a 5.6.5, Monash with a 5.6.6, Curtin with a 5.9.8, and Waikato with a 6.22.
So I've just been informed that there's quite a few comments coming through on YouTube in the comment section or wherever it's being streamed, asking how do these cars work and all that sort of thing. So I think we've been doing a fairly reasonable job of trying to explain how they work, but really good that there's people out there
interested in it,
and interested and asking questions. Keep them coming, and we'll do our best to try and answer those as we go through commentary during the day.
Well, the problem is, Phil, I started doing this as a student in 2001, so I think that's now 22 years I've been involved with this competition, and I still haven't figured out how they work. So that might be a bit of a disappointment to our viewers on YouTube.
Well, I'm going to ask you another question about suspension.
Ackerman. Oh, that's a good one, Phil.
There's a lot of discussion about Ackerman through motorsport. One chap I know who's a Formula 1 engineer, head of engineering for BAR, Honda, Jaguar, Australian hill climb champion, asked him about Ackerman and he said, don't believe in it. He designed Reynards and are big in Formula Ford, but I've seen race cars of his that have Ackerman and race cars of his that don't have Ackerman. So I guess first of all, what is Ackerman? Can you describe to us what is Ackerman angle?
Well, Ackerman angle is, so typically Ackerman was designed to actually make sure that your dirt driveways or whatever didn't get disturbed when you were turning your car. So what it is your inside wheel, so the wheel that's closest to the turn, it turns more than your outside wheel. So if you are driving along in a car park on a slippery cement road and you start to hear the squeal, that's because that car doesn't have a large amount of Ackerman. So on typical race cars that are running quite quick with really low slip angles on the front, so the the wheels aren't turned too far, the Ackerman isn't really a huge effect. But on a Formula SAE car, your steering angles are quite high, and so your Ackerman angles end up being a really big design feature.
Far more important, yeah.
Yeah, so on something like this on a skid pad, you don't actually want to run a lot of Ackerman. You would run a fairly low amount, almost parallel steer. So this is RMIT here. They're a good team. They would know all about Ackerman. They're doing some good times already. Nice, reliable run, and that was a 6.7 on the first lap. A pretty solid run there. So you'd run almost parallel steering, so the two steering wheels at the same angle on something like a skid pad. But the big advantage for Ackerman on a Formula SAE car in an autocross event is when you turn that inside wheel quite a large angle, it can provide more drag in the fore-aft direction as you brake, and it can turn the car in. It almost acts like a torque on it.
Yeah.
So you will lose some performance in the middle of the corner, but you get a better turn in. So you can really design your Ackerman based on does your car need more turn in, or does your car need more mid-corner performance?
Okay.
So hopefully I haven't lost too many of the non-vehicle dynamicists with that explanation.
Well, I think that's a fairly good explanation. Of course, one of the things that I've noted over the years too is when you're pushing a car around the pits, if it hasn't got any Ackerman and you turn the steering wheel, the car wants to stop.
Absolutely, it's a lot harder to push around. But the worst thing about Ackerman, Phil, is just trying to spell it.
I'm not going to do that.
There's N's everywhere. There is some confusion over what you would call 100% Ackerman and so on. So I think when I look at the suspension designs of vehicles, I don't really focus too much on whether a car has 100% Ackerman or 150 or 50. I really just look at what is the steer angle of the inside wheel, what is the steer angle of the outside wheel,
yep,
and then match that up to the corner radius.
Yeah. So is there any of the teams that you're aware of making alterations to the car to suit Ackerman for different disciplines throughout the competition?
It certainly has been done in the past. It is a fairly sizable setup change because you will have to take, usually you'll do it in the bracket, so take a bracket off and replace it with another bracket or move a hole on an upright. And when you do that, you do have to restring the car and set it back up. So it can take a fair bit of time.
Yep.
So you might see changes between a skid pad and another event. It's really, some teams will do it. Some teams would say, well, look, it's better just not to add in potential for a mistake in the pits. But when it gets really very, very, very tight in the competition, you will see all of those sorts of setup changes as teams try to get the very last bit out of their cars.
That's a very vital point that you make about adding in a mistake in the pits. It's so often we've seen, maybe not so much in SAE, but I've certainly seen it in other forms of motorsport where someone will make a change to their race car at an event and all of a sudden the wheel falls off, or, you know,
Yeah,
maybe
absolutely.
not the wheel, but something will go wrong because of the change that they've made, and they haven't necessarily paid enough attention to the detail.
Yeah, I'm very reluctant to make too many changes when I work on cars too. When you're in anything that could potentially affect reliability, and Formula SAE is it does not reward errors well, because
No.
you get one shot at the endurance, and if you fail that, you pretty much have a horrible weekend.
Yep.
So really focusing on reducing errors is the number one thing that you need to do as a team when you're competing, and then you start to chase performance.
And pretty well that's a rule for everything, is avoiding errors, whether it be in motorsport or any field of endeavour. If you can avoid the errors, then success is going to be far easier to attain.
Well, the parts counts in these cars are well and truly in the thousands. Especially if you start to look at some of the battery-powered cars, the electric cars, some of them will have 800 individual cells inside their battery. Every single one of those is either soldered in or connected in some way. Each one of those connections is a potential failure point.
Yeah.
So
it takes one dry joint, doesn't it?
Yeah, so thousands of parts, most of which are designed by the students and built by the students. Errors can add up very, very quickly. And most errors, if your race car's been built right and a part on it fails, if it doesn't cause your car to slow down or stop, you've got to wonder what that part was doing on the car in the first place. So it does not reward errors very well. University of South Australia here, long-time competitor, and quite a nicely turned out car again.
Did you get to enjoy their little disco that they were walking up and down around the pits with yesterday? There was a little bit of entertainment going on. They had their mobile boom box with some Christmas carols on the go, and they were wandering around with microphones and singing over the top of it, so bringing a bit of joy to the competition.
Well, looks like a reasonably slow starting lap here. Now, unfortunately, I wasn't here for most of yesterday, Phil. We had a student that had injured themselves, so I was running to medical clinics with them and missed most of the statics. But as somebody who gets very nervous watching the students compete, I was quite happy not to have the nerves yesterday, Phil.
Okay.
But hopefully there's some disco Christmas songs today. I really want to see what that looks like. This is a reasonably slow run from University of South Australia, so it could be the first time that this driver has driven, but it was a clean run.
Absolutely, and look, it's the effort that goes in and being able to get to the finish line. If you want to finish first you've got to finish. So
well, I was saying that was a slow run, but according to Natsoff, that was a best lap of 0.4 seconds. So looking at it, I think that might be a timing error.
one would have to assume that, I think.
Otherwise, that is absolutely the record for this event.
And this video is running extremely slow. It must be a slow camera.
Yeah, it's in slow-mo. It's in slow-mo. But no, this does look like a well-presented car, and I think they will be building up speed throughout the event.
And as
you can see, absolutely.
You must have been listening. Or she. I'm not too sure whether it's a male or female driver? Any females or in your team?
Oh, absolutely. Our team leader, Ashley, she's been an absolute force to reckon with this year. Has been one of our better team leaders that we've had. And she's definitely pulled everyone into line. And
Good stuff.
no, it's absolutely great to see a lot more diversity in engineering these days. I know when I studied as a student, it was a very rare to see women in engineering. But we're certainly glad that Ashley's a part of our team and not a competitor for us.
Well, as a friend of mine says, why would you ignore 50% of the world's smartest brains?
Well, you'd have to be pretty brave to ignore Ashley, I reckon. Okay, this is a car that people have certainly been waiting for. So this is, unless I'm mistaken, we have Auckland here. Now this is a torque vectoring monster that is apparently capable of 4.7 second skid pad runs. By all accounts, it should be the fastest car on skid pad, but it all comes down to how well this car runs today.
And let's hope that the driver doesn't make an error and pick up a cone.
Definitely don't want to see that. I think all teams really like to see clean runs from competitors. You generally want to, if you're going to win, you generally want to win when everyone's doing well. So this is a torque vectoring high downforce car. Oh, you can see the speed building up already.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah,
Good.
this is a fast car.
It is a very fast car. That's got great turning ability.
And that first time was a 4.28, so just a shade off Canterbury's best, but I think they've got more in this car. And a 5.23, so that puts them as the fastest car so far. So that was an amazing run, but really not that much quicker than Canterbury at this point.
I did pick up a bit of scraping over the microphones there too, so they looks like that front wing is probably the end gates of it, maybe.
Yeah, definitely the end plates. This is a faster run straight away. A bit more heat in the tyres now.
Yeah, that's fast. What sort of G-forces?
So 5.23. Oh, at top speeds, these can get over 2 Gs easily. And a 5.14. They won't see those sorts of G-forces on the skid pad, but you will see your peaks in around the higher speed sections on the endurance and autocross track. But I guess we see on what would be a mid-level aero car. Generally, the car's doing most of it at 1.6 to 1.8 Gs. Some of these cars are doing a lot more, and there is a bit of a trade-off. Sometimes you trade off some mid-corner speed, some lateral acceleration to get a bit of turn in, so your inertia really matters. But that was an excellent run, but I think we're seeing the real pace. So that last lap was a 5.09. So I think we're seeing the track's definitely rubbering up now. We're getting faster performance from the track, but we're seeing it is a bumpy track. There was striking of the wing there from Auckland. I don't think we're going to see the absolute standout skid pad times we've seen in some competitions. But this UTAS car, we saw this in the practice track. This one's actually got a fair bit of grip, so I expect this to do a good time.
Yeah, it's and really good to see that they've come across from Tasmania to compete.
Yeah, great to see. An overseas competitor. So taking it a little bit easy on this first run. So some drivers do choose to do that first run a bit slower and then build up speed, where some drivers will go straight hard, but you can see the speed has been built up a little bit.
Nice and smooth too.
Definitely smooth.
Not a lot of modulation of the throttle going on there.
Well, and that first run was a 6.3. That's a fairly respectable first circle. And a 5.8 on that second. So it looks like that's going a little bit quicker than Curtin were. So they've tucked in right behind on the times, right behind Monash. So they would be really happy with that run.
They would, absolutely. That was a great run. released again for the second.
And that first run, definitely a confidence builder for the driver. Knowing that first run is done just really helps ease the nerves. Really eases the nerves for the whole team once you get the first competition event done. That was a 6.4 on that time lapse, so a little bit slower. And a 5.7. So the driver there doing better on the left-hand turns. They probably watched Days of Thunder last night as well.
Could be.
I think, unfortunately, that may have been the undoing of the ECU driver. He wasn't able to figure out that you needed to do the both directions.
Perhaps they watched Fast and Furious.
Fast and Furious. Well, that's a classic documentary about motorsport.
I don't think so.
Oh, there's a wonderful, wonderful scene in Days of Thunder where it comes to the crisis point, and Cole Trickle is wondering whether he's going to go out, and he says to the team engineer, "Just let me race, let me show you what you've done." It's very emotional, and of course, when you look back at a movie that's that old, it's not at all funny.
No. E66 is Monash again.
Well, I don't think this is.
Or have I got the number wrong? I'm having.
Yeah, I don't think this is Monash, but.
No. Well, they do have.
For those of you that are watching, we're actually not near the skid pad. We're chilling out in the timing tent, and we're looking at this at a fairly small monitor. That's UNSW 63. So
63.
Yeah, UNSW out. Now there's enough cars that have run that I'm no longer seeing them on the first page of Natsoft. So on the Natsoft live stream, we're seeing the top 13 cars, and we haven't broken through. But it looks like we have entered the second heat now.
So as you say, a good number of cars. So brilliant that we've got so many vehicles competing in the championship this year.
Well, the second heat was scheduled to start at 10 o'clock. It's now 10:05. So real credit to the people running the skid pad. That's running like clockwork. So Waikato with the first team out. They had the worst of the conditions earlier on, but the track has definitely cleaned up a bit and rubbered in. Typically, teams will put their faster drivers in second, so we should see all of the times improve for all of the teams that are here. There is a little bit of rivalry between teammates and drivers as to who gets the.
That at all. There wouldn't be any competition in competition.
Well, unfortunately, the first driver for ECU is actually the guy tuning the car and setting up the car. So whether he tries to sabotage the second person coming in so he gets the most coveted fastest time, let's hope that's not the case.
Let's hope that the desire for competition doesn't go to that degree.
No, and I think with Waikato here, they've got a very, very small team working on this IC. I think everybody here is almost going to be driving for them. So they've been having to do everything: design, build the car, do all of the static events, and drive the thing as well. So they're getting the full competition experience, the small number of students that are here from Waikato.
You mentioned about manipulating the performance of the car. I have actually seen that occur at an event, and it didn't work well for the person who was doing the manipulation because the other guy was a better driver and still won the event anyway. So.
Oh, I did spend some time in professional motorsport. It's amazing how much you see that the people that spend time trying to dodge around the rules don't seem to do as well as the people that just work hard and take care of the small details.
Yeah, exactly.
So some of these students will go on to careers in motorsport, but the vast majority of these students are going out into other unrelated engineering fields. So it may be automotive, but very often out into every sort of field: manufacturing, resources, energy and power.
Yeah, well, Caterpillar, one of our major sponsors here this weekend, of course, big heavy vehicles and earth-moving equipment, etc. So some of these guys may end up working for Caterpillar or something similar.
So that was a 6.35 for the first lap of that second run, and Waikato under the 6 there with a 5.8. An excellent run by Waikato on that second lap.
Well done.
Big improvement. So we can see that the track is, predicted at the beginning that the surface, the cleaning up, is probably worth that 0.4 to 0.5 seconds, and we can see that they're going about that much faster now. Some of that will be in the driver and the car, but certainly the track rubbering in. Waikato did get the very worst of the conditions at the very beginning, but they're making the most of it now.
Okay, it looks to be making good speed on the second run around.
Yeah, driver's got a lot of confidence. It was a 5.87. Oh, nice clean run so far. Beautiful run there from Waikato. And a 5.87. So they've well and truly booked an under 6 second time there.
Yeah.
They should be very, very happy with that. That's a really good run. That was great driving. So we should see the other teams that have run now in that original running order coming back out. So we'll see how much improvement we're going to see from each of the teams. At the moment, we have the 4 EVs. The EVs do run after the ICs, so we've got 4 EVs in the lead. So Auckland, Canterbury, Newcastle, then Swinburne. And then this car, Edith Cowan, is currently sitting in 5th fastest time. That was set for the first lap of that first driver. So it will be interesting to see how well the ICs can match up with the EVs. But I'm thinking it's going to be pretty hard for anybody to really get up to the same sort of speed we saw from Auckland and Canterbury.
Yeah, they were fast. However, that's the challenge, isn't it?
Oh, it's always nice to have a benchmark set and then try to reach it. Oh, actually, not try to reach it, Phil, try to beat it. Well, it's good to see that a few cars have managed to get through tech, a few more teams out here. So I think at the end of last night, I think there were only a handful. At some point yesterday, there were only 6 teams through tech, so really? Quite a few more have got through at probably the end of last night and today.
So when you say get through tech, what does that mean for the uninitiated?
So the technical inspection, there is a really quite comprehensive technical inspection. But let's have a watch of this.
Yeah, brilliant start.
It's gone out pretty quick. You can see that rear wheel hopping off the ground.
Yep.
But this does a solid axle, so the car does not lose drive when the rear wheel comes off. That was a very fast run. That was a 5.1 on that first lap. Oh, that's an excellent run. And a 5.35 on the second. That moves them up to second fastest overall, and he's still got another run to go.
That's brilliant.
I'm a little bit excited by that, Phil.
Yeah, I don't blame you. That was a brilliant run. It was great to watch.
Yeah, he'll be happy with that. This driver drove a very good skid pad last year.
Car pounding through there, working hard on the wheel as...
Yeah, I think this looks a little bit less tidy.
Seemed to tidy it up about halfway through that first loop.
Yeah, 5.3. Yeah, unfortunately, he went out wide on that first part and then really did recover it quite well. But a 5.26. So that first run was the quickest overall from him, but 2 clean runs. The team will be over the moon with that. That's an excellent run from them.
Just a general comment, the car seems to have really, really good acceleration as well. Like he gave it a bit of a flick as he came out because he had the car in a straight line. Let's give it a little bit of right foot.
Oh, it does. We actually switched engines this year. We moved away from the 450 KTM from last year, which was, we sort of nicknamed the 450 hand grenade. And they're actually brand new 2023 Yamaha 450 motors in it. So we did have some support from Yamaha over west, and they've managed to find us some good engines. We're really focused on reliability, but the engine is an amazing engine, 40 kilowatts on the dot, and it's just more than enough for the car. The car's only 162 kilos, so it really drives it along fairly quickly.
Yep.
But they'll be very happy with that. Now, Monash here, you can already see there's a lot more intent from this driver. So this is normally a very high level competitor. Oh, intent and has gone around.
Ambition overtaking ability on that occasion.
Oh, that's very unfortunate.
Yeah, he'll be bitterly disappointed by that, and it was just that trying just that little bit too hard. Once the back started to come around, it wasn't going to come back for him.
Well, I think this was actually quite wise of the driver to get back in and complete the second half. Oh, that back end's come around again.
Yeah.
And they have knocked down a cone on that. That was all of a sudden, but that second lap was a 6.2, but we can't really tell anything by that time. So that was very untidy, unusually untidy from Monash there.
Yeah, almost speaks to me of a driver who's used to driving that car on a track that's quite a bit grippier and has just overdriven on the slippery surface.
Yeah, it did look like it got a bit upset on the bumps there. So I think they'd want to actually just tone that down just a little bit, make sure they've got a decent time. So I think we'll see this driver being a little bit more cautious. This is it looks like a cleaner run.
It does. Cars looks like to be a lot steadier.
And that was a 5.6. And a 5.4. So they'll be happy that their time has improved, but I think there was more in that car. That driver definitely had to dial it back a little bit. And that's the really big disadvantage of making a mistake on the first one, is that it really doesn't allow you to push. And we saw from the ECU driver, because he had that really quick run out on the first one, he was able to push it. He did over push it in that second one.
It was good that he thought about it and was able to dial himself down and do that, because sometimes you get bitterly disappointed and the emotion can take over.
Absolutely.
And the second run could be just as bad as the first.
Yeah.
So good effort from the driver there.
No, and I think it showed really good presence of mind to actually finish the first one, get some heat in the tyres. These cars behave a lot better once the tyres heat up.
Yep.
If he'd come straight off there and gone out, he would have gone out again on cold tyres. It was a really good presence of mind from the driver to recover that. So I know the driver will be disappointed with that run, but a good recovery. But this is a beautiful car from QUT. They're actually staying very close to us in the caravan park in Braybrook. I think we're in Discovery Parks in Braybrook. It's absolutely full of Formula SAE students at the moment. And absolutely won't be telling any stories about how security broke up a get-together of some of the teams last night.
What happens on SAE stays in SAE.
Well, thankfully we're not being broadcasting this live, are we, Phil?
Oh,
we can edit that one out. Oh, we are, Phil. Oh, no. I've made a horrible mistake. University.
That's all right. Nobody knows about it.
QUT, amazing university. We, as I said before, we're big fans over west of the Queensland teams. We see something of a bit of a common approach to how we do the competition, and I really enjoyed getting to know some of the people from QUT last year. And it's a beautifully turned out car.
Yeah, and of course that makes me think of another aspect of SAE where we have so many brilliant young people from all over Australia and internationally as well. Not only is this a motorsport and education competition, it's a great networking opportunity for all of those students.
Oh, absolutely.
Go around and find out who the others are and get their LinkedIn connections and whatnot, and towards building their own employment future.
So let's see what QUT can do. It looks like a really good run so far. Okay, that was a 6-1 first lap. That's very respectable. Oh, you can hear the cheers, and that's a 5.75. That's an excellent first run there, and for a team that they didn't get through scrutineering in time to do the first heat, so they'll only get this one driver in. They'll be happy with that first run because now they can really push it, really see what it can do.
I think the sign on the back wing says it all, touch wood.
You can see already a bit more intent from the driver pushing in. Really quite a nicely decked out aerodynamics package on this car.
Yeah, the car's really well decked out graphically as well. The colour scheme looks good.
So a 5.75 on that first lap. Oh, sorry, it was a 5.48, my mistake. That's excellent.
Yeah, really good run there.
Waiting for the time
good
there.
Amount of cheering from everyone all around as well.
Yeah, so a 5.88. It puts them just behind Monash at the moment in 6th place. But excellent run. They'd be over the moon with that.
Absolutely.
You can definitely see the track has got a lot more grip to when Waikato went out in the first run. And we've seen consistently, so I think all of the teams that have run so far on their second run are consistently getting about 0.3, 0.4 seconds faster. If we see something in that sort of lineup for when Auckland comes out and Canterbury comes out, we will be seeing some very impressive times.
We will.
Really, the benchmark, and Auckland got very close, the benchmark for skid pad is anything under 5 seconds is a very, very fast time. And it actually shows the development of these cars throughout the year because a 5-second flat was about as fast as you could go with the non-aero IC car. So anything under 5 is really showing the advancement of both aerodynamics and the torque vectoring. Fairly conservative entry here, building up a little bit of speed. Tasmania have a really quite a healthy time on the board already. So this driver can afford to push it a little bit. That was a 6.04 on that first lap. And a 5.8. I think there are people tuning that car will be telling the driver now to drop the hammer.
Yep. Stop being a flamingo, put your foot down.
Absolutely.
Of course, they've got tight and windy roads in Tasmania as well, so I would have thought that, it's got to help.
Oh, one of the favourite events I used to like watching as a kid was watching the televised Targa Tasmania. Jim Richards ripping through the countryside of Tasmania. There's not much of a more beautiful sight than that.
Gentleman Jim. Drive as fast as you can in the middle of the road was his approach for the Targa events.
There's a 5.9. And a 5.68. So that's the fastest single lap there from Tasmania. So it looks like both of those drivers are on similar pace.
Yeah.
Jim Richards really was you would have probably seen him drive a fair bit, Phil, I'd imagine.
I've seen him drive a bit and spoken to him a couple of times. He's a lovely guy to talk to, and just so fast and relaxed behind the wheel. It didn't seem to be a hard thing for him to do. He'd just hop in the car. He was nice and relaxed, so that no body tension there, and a relaxed driver is a good thing to see. Obviously, super comfortable in the car, and if you're not comfortable in the car, you're not going to go fast.
There's actually a little bit of that strategy that you need in these cars, especially when you get out onto endurance, because the drivers don't get any practice on the track before they run, that you don't want to be pushing the line too much. If you push the line and you end up hitting cones, you get some big penalties. So driving a little bit more in the middle of the road at the speed you're comfortable at is really a good approach to getting a good endurance time.
In driver coaching that I've offered over the years to some, it's concentrate on smooth, the speed will come.
Yeah. Although having driven these, when you do hit a cone, and thankfully when I was driving it was fairly infrequent, but when you do hit one, it can really upset the following 5 or 6 corners afterwards. And these tracks that they set up for these cars are a lot tighter than what you have in general professional motorsport. So you don't have time to reset your car on a straight. As soon as you're out of one corner, you're into another.
Yep.
So you've got to be really careful.
Yeah, resetting your brain is half the thing too. It's if you, as you say, it's action all the way, so you don't get a chance to reset how you're thinking, what you're doing.
Well, one of the best drivers we've seen in this Australian competition over the years was a UWA driver called Pete Marsh, and he really got his experience from rally driving. And I think that it's actually got quite a lot in common with how you have to approach these cars. You do have to drive them a little bit sideways and loose into corners, wash off some speed going sideways and really rotate the vehicles. So it was a really good experience for him, and he was very, very hard to beat when he was driving.
Yeah.
A bit of a slower run there from Curtin on their first time out. That was a 7.39. So driver just really feeling the track here. Definitely hearing some scraping there.
Absolutely.
And a 6.5 on the second lap. So a little bit off where they were in the first time around.
The scraping noises could be a little bit distracting to a driver too, if they're sort of, oh, what was that, what was that?
Yes, it's not something you're really aiming to do, but obviously we've seen it from so many of the cars that the front ends are really bouncing around a little bit, and the front wing, these are short wheelbase cars, and the front wing sits pretty far out in front of the vehicle, so you do get a lot of vertical movement on those front wings in general. Now you can counteract that somewhat with your damper tuning, but you can just see how much that front wing on this car is moving up and down. And that's really just how the car is responding to bumps more than anything else. It doesn't really look like it hasn't got a really high roll angle. It's all just bumps. That run there was a 5.8, a better run by this driver. Let's see if he can keep it clean. Or as I said, him or her, or they.
Yes.
5.78. So that was a fairly tidy and consistent run from Curtin there. Puts them a shade behind Tasmania, and as we can see at the moment, Auckland is still the pace setters, followed by ECU. And Canterbury, we should expect them out pretty soon. Newcastle was very quick with that no aero car. Monash managed to put in a pretty decent time after an upset in that first run from the second driver. Queensland QUT coming out with a car that didn't just pass Tech recently and managed to put in a really solid time. They're followed by Swinburne and UQ, and Tasmania and Curtin, and Waikato is the next IC car. So we see a big separation at the moment between those two IC cars. Hopefully we get a chance to see both Tokyo Denki and University of Sydney come out and have a bit of a play.
Yeah, that'll be good to see some of the others come out. We've not had the full field. We have many entries here this weekend, so really good to see so many vehicles and universities attending the event.
Yeah, it's really good to see, and the student numbers back up. I think it's nice to see the competition getting back to its sort of pre-COVID running. That really was a big upset for the universities, because the students that are engaged by these sorts of projects are very, very results-orientated students. They're aiming to finish something, and when you don't have a competition to work for, it's very, very difficult to keep motivation up.
Yep.
But I think we saw last year there were quite a few surprises. Some of the teams that typically have done very well had a really rough last competition, and but there were some teams that really managed to keep their teams running very smoothly. But I think this year we're seeing a big increase of preparedness from teams. And there's some absolutely beautiful cars still to come out. I know we haven't seen UWA yet. They've got a beautifully made car, and Wollongong, that's a team back when I was competing. Wollongong were the team to beat, and they've produced some really nice cars. There's a lot of social media that goes on between the teams, and when somebody has a launch or posts a car, it's you hop in the workshop and the talk is always, have you seen this? Have you seen this car? And I think there's no car that has been spoken about in our team more than University of Canterbury. One of our leaders in the team, who's into composite work, has never stopped talking about Canterbury since the pictures came out. We think he's slightly obsessed with them. He does a lot of composite work, and really appreciates the craftsmanship he's seen in that car.
It is beautifully done. There's absolutely, from what I saw, I can't see any mistakes anywhere. It looks absolutely beautiful.
The other car that I think really excited them was University of Wollongong. We haven't managed to see them out yet, but they were looking at the pictures and saying, just, oh, look how low that car is. So hopefully we'll see Wollongong come out. Still quite a few teams there. There's some lined up in the brake test, doing the very last bit of the tech inspection. And so the tech inspection, we have mechanical tech inspection. And I can't speak too much, unfortunately, about the electrical tech inspection. I haven't really been through that at any great depth. But you have a mechanical inspection where they make sure that nothing's going to fall off the car, that the students are going to be safe, that the structures meet the rules required. There's a lot of safety rules, and they're very particular about that. These are all prototypes put together by tired students. They want to make sure no one gets hurt.
Yeah.
So you queue out here. This is a beautiful car, and this looks like a pretty good run so far.
Does look neat and tidy. Quite smooth so far.
And that was a 5.65.
Yeah, good.
The first circle.
I'm hearing a little bit of scraping, but not to the extent of some of the others.
And a 5.54 on the second run. That moves them up into 7th place overall, behind Queensland QUT. So 2 Queensland teams sitting at 6 and 7.
Wow.
But I'd say if he gets a good run on this second run, he'll move up into, possibly move up into the top 5 if he can push it a little bit harder. Very neat car. Very smooth driving there. You can see that front edge of that wing just sort of scraping that ground over the bumps. There is a lot of sort of waves in the track there.
Yeah, it's not the smoothest section of track to have the skid pan on. But, of course.
So that was a 5.33 for the first circle and a 5.36 for the second, and that has moved them up into the top 5 in 4th place overall.
Great effort.
So at the moment, if we say that our New Zealand teams are international teams, of course this is the Australasian competition, so this is their home competition, but that's the highest placed Australian EV so far. That's an excellent run by Queensland. Very, very close to Canterbury, but I think we've got more to see from Canterbury when they get out again.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that car looks super smooth, super fast.
So there is a mechanical tech inspection. And I can hear some of my team coming through the audio. I can actually hear Carl speaking through the camera. But hearing Carl speak in our team is a fairly common occurrence, Phil.
Okay, yes. Lots to say.
Lots to say.
Doesn't
But
need a microphone?
very
You don't
capable.
need a megaphone.
I'd say a very capable young man, but he's a mature age student, and he's got a job out now around electrification of mining vehicles.
Excellent. So, and you've just raised an important point there with mature age. It's not just for people who are straight out of school and off to university. There's the opportunity for mature age people to go back to university and study as well and become a part of an SAE team.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's a student that has had a career as a fitter and turner and has come back to train up. And you do find that those students do very well, very helpful people to have around.
Well, he's already got a great set of skills in the manufacturing of parts.
Absolutely, and this is exciting. I think this is our Indonesian team with us. So I'm not sure how well I'm going to go pronouncing the university name, but it's great to see them out on track. This is a beautiful car. You really want to have a look at this one, Phil, when you get a chance to walk through.
Yeah, I think.
So Universitas Gajah Mada. So hopefully I didn't get that wrong.
I would say well done. Universitas Gajah Mada.
Yeah. Actually, my daughters have been learning Indonesian at school.
Ah, excellent.
So, and I hope I haven't got that wrong. I think the team is from Indonesia.
Yes, it says so on my piece of paper.
Yep. So, Indonesia is a very important trading partner for Australia. On our doorstep, we do a lot of work with Indonesia, and they really are an incredible country. They've got a really growing economy. So absolutely great to see some of the best students from there here, represented here.
Absolutely. One of my friends worked as an Australian volunteer abroad, setting up an English department for a Catholic university in the Borneo section of Indonesia. Whilst he was there, he set up their computer department as well because he could. And he lives in China these days, teaching English in China.
Well, one of the wonderful things about teaching at a university in Australia is because we have a really quite effective education system, we get a lot of international students coming through the doors, and it really highlights a lot of cultural learning, learning where people are from. And we know in our own team you have people from all over the world we've had come through, and it's absolutely fantastic to just learn from each other. And the students getting to learn alongside people, it really just helps show how international engineering is. And of course, in this competition, we've had teams from all over the place. In the early days, we had teams from America coming over. We've had German teams here, English teams, Indian teams, Pakistan teams, Japanese. So Tokyo Denki, a very early competitor here, and we love having them here.
I remember seeing the team from Munich.
Oh yes, a very incredible vehicle, that one. So hopefully we see this run put a time on the board.
Appear to be having a little bit of vehicle trouble. Everything, hands in the air, and the crew has walked away. So
I think they just needed to replace the Duracells on the EV. So a couple more double A's in, and the car is ready to go. Well, hopefully that's not the car stalling, and it's just the driver lining up. But it's not looking good, Phil.
no.
You can see very bright there that Loctite sticker on the front. So Loctite from Henkel, and a lot of sponsors for this car.
The driver seems to be having some difficulty in getting the car to move.
Oh, this is always hard to see.
Oh,
Oh, he's in.
away. It may have been a communication problem, perhaps.
Yeah, maybe the driver just a bit unsure of what to do, and it is really difficult for some of the teams to travel here. There can be sort of cultural and communication difficulties.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, it does look like this car is... Oh no, it's through again. So it looks like they're getting a little bit of issue with their drive. But look, that is a time on the board.
Absolutely, and well done to them.
And a 6.46 on that second circle. I actually think this is a car that once they get it all sorted and running, we might see some speed from this out on the track. So in that tech inspection, once they're through the mechanical side, if you're an IC, you have to do a noise test. You have to do a tilt test, make sure no fluids are coming out when you tilt the car up to, because these cars do run at high lateral G, so they corner pretty hard. So you don't want these to roll over or the fluids to drip. Oh, and it looks like the driver has made an error there, and that's really unfortunate. It looked like a bit of a smoother run there.
It did.
Oh, they'll be disappointed. But overall, the team's got to be incredibly happy that they've got that car out onto track. The cars also have to do a brake test. They need to be able to lock all four wheels, and they need to be able to do it in a straight line. We did have a bit of a spin king from Waikato that did a 180 on the brake test. And I think the intent was they just wanted to make sure that the people looking at the brake test were able to see the front wheels as well as the back. But it was quite exciting, but they did get through. They were one of the first cars through all of the tech inspection. The electric vehicles do have to have their accumulator, a separate inspection of their accumulator. That is where most of the safety concerns are for the electric car. So the accumulator being the battery, or really a large collection of smaller batteries. And they also have to do a rain test. So they have a sprinkler set up, and they hose the car down to make sure that there aren't any issues if it rains.
Yes, I'm glad I'm not the first driver in the seat after the rain test.
Okay, and this is a car we've been waiting for. They'll be looking to take it to Auckland, and straight away, fast out of the gate. Canterbury here, currently sitting behind ECU, but this looks like they're going to go above them. This is a fast run by this driver.
Yeah, this is really quick. He's got this thing really hammering.
Oh, it was a 5.24, so a little bit off that fastest lap, but the second lap from that ECU was a bit slower.
Yeah.
And a 5.24, very, that's about on pace with what their ECU run was there for the first one of their second driver. But I'd expect this second run, they could take a little bit out of that, Phil.
And I noticed the driver there doing quite a bit of weaving after they came off the track, still trying to perhaps build a little bit of temperature into those tyres.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, a bit of wheel spin off the line there. Now we're pushing hard. Oh, you can hear the tyres on this, Phil.
Yeah, that's got great corner speed, this car.
That was a 5.4, so unfortunately not quite the speed they would have been hoping for. And it looks like they've gone wide there. I don't think this is going to be an incredibly fast time on that second lap.
That's unfortunate.
5.33. So very, very close to Edith Cowan. There'll be almost nothing between them and the average times. And we saw the same thing, that there was a good first run. The driver's second run pushed it maybe a little bit too hard. And unfortunately not able to match Auckland's time. So Auckland are sitting there at the top, unchallenged. Well, we've just heard from QUT that those points there, it was a really big achievement for QUT getting out there. That is the first dynamic points in 7 years of EV for QUT. So and, I think if you're hearing this, put a hand together for QUT. That's an amazing achievement for them.
Yeah, big step forward, and it's really good to see that they just keep coming back and trying and you eventually achieve things. So that's good stuff.
Yeah, I've heard that QUT, they don't even know how to spell give up.
Not in their vocabulary.
No, I think, is there a silent P or Q in there somewhere? I don't know. Newcastle, they had an incredible run the first time. They were very close to the teams above them, and the first time. And look at this driver pushing out straight away. This is a well-sorted car. You can see that inside rear just inching off.
Now, I think I'd probably get giddy if I was in this event as well. I'd have that other aspect of, whoops, how many times have I gone around?
Well, that was an excellent run. I'm just having to refresh our timing up here. The suspense is building in this room.
Your timing?
Yeah, my timing. I'm actually viewing this through the phone, so anybody can view Nats off through their phone or computer, but that was a 5.23 on the fastest lap. That moves them a little bit faster than Canterbury. I didn't see both laps there, but they both look fast, so this car is flying.
And no aero on this car at all, no floor, so
5.38.
it's all mechanical grip.
And a 5.20, an excellent run there by Newcastle. So they do have on the board, timing board, a faster circle than Canterbury, but it is done on the average, so they will be very, very close. There's very little time between ECU, Newcastle and Canterbury in their combined time. So we're seeing very different approaches to vehicles there, all able to run at the same sort of pace. But of course, we're still to see if Auckland can drop under that 5. UNSW coming out for their second driver. I really do like this car, Phil. This is a beautifully put together vehicle.
Yeah, it's got a great silhouette to the shape from the side there. Just looks racy.
Oh no, I think they've done an excellent job with the stickering and colouring of this car. You can see that the pattern from the side wing is followed up through the rear wing very, very tidily. Whoever's done the design of that really should be applauded. That's a very neat car.
Yeah, livery is excellent. And in the real world of motorsport, livery is worth sponsorship. Sponsorship is what keeps you on track.
Well, absolutely. I think that whatever it's worth in terms of weight, to have a good paint job and good stickers is absolutely worth it, because these cars exist for a long time. They're great marketing outlets for universities and for the teams, so it's worth doing them right. So UNSW there with a 5.67, a lot faster than the previous time, moving them up 3 spots so far. Let's hope they can get a clean run. And a 5.79, a very good run and a big improvement from them for their second driver. They're currently sitting just a shade behind Swinburne at the moment, but they'll be looking to try and jump them.
Here we go, second run coming up. Car accelerates hard. It's got some good jump in the acceleration department. Good 90 degrees or so of steering wheel angle there. That's the driver doing these laps.
So that was a 5.6 and a 5.57. So that has jumped them above Swinburne. Excellent run there. They'll be very, very happy with that improvement. And we're really seeing here, Phil, I think that there's that sort of top 5 is running that little bit faster. Auckland are sitting up there by themselves, but there is really quite close in this sort of mid-pack, from about 5.4 seconds to about 5.6 seconds. There's almost nothing between those cars, quite a few cars in that group. So it really does show that this skid pad is not really the same sort of pace surface that we've seen in previous competitions. But I actually quite like it when the surfaces give you something a little bit different.
Absolutely, it's all a part of what the aspect is trying to tune your car for the situations that it's going to encounter out in the real world. So
it really gives a test to which of the teams are able to adapt and work quickly and respond to change. So if we go out and the surface is absolutely perfect, then your car's going to run exactly like it does in your normal testing. But when you get a couple of bumps in there, your drivers and your teams need to respond, and we really see which teams are able to get on top. And clearly Newcastle have, in particular, that car has really done amazing. I think they're pretty close to the full capability of what that car was going to be doing here.
Yep. And
they're mixing it up with Canterbury and Edith Cowan and University of Queensland right up near the top. I think that's the car I think that's impressed me the most in terms of how the students have adapted to the conditions. Maybe it's helped being a non-aero car that, say, the aero cars are not scraping as they're getting a little bit of scraping, and both Canterbury and Newcastle don't have those front wings, so
yeah,
maybe that does help.
Yeah. Yep.
I know Edith Cowan in particular runs quite a high front wing to avoid that scraping, so maybe that front wing hitting the ground is actually upsetting some of these cars.
Yeah, and whilst you've got something that's sitting and dragging on the ground, it's reducing the amount of available grip from the tyre, because there's weight being transferred to the ground that's not being transferred there through the tyre.
Now we've got a little bit of a mini battle here because UNSW just overtook Swinburne, and the driver there has made a mistake
and hit a cone.
They've come out. They want that place back, Phil. I saw that driver is showing some intent right at the beginning.
Yeah.
But they're going to have to come around for another go at that.
Yeah, he clipped a cone there, so that's going to be a problem.
So generally with this, you want to get round as quick as you can, keep that heat in the tyres for a run.
Hard-working official runs out, stands the cone back up in place.
Well, if that official has been a part of a Formula SAE team in the past, that's something you get a lot of practice at during testing.
Lots of exercise. Part of my exercise routine, running out and standing up cones. Okay, showing good speed there at this point.
Yes, this looks like a much better run. That was a 5.62 on that first run. And then a 5.71. So they haven't been able to take their place back from UNSW, but that driver has recovered very well.
Yeah, probably a little bit of pressure on trying to recover the position has led to the mistake even. It's as much a mental activity as it is a physical drive the car.
Well, and it does look like an event that's quite easy, but we've seen just the number of driver errors have been in this competition. I think very few teams have managed to go through both runs without at least one driver having some sort of error.
Yeah, and as we were saying before, you're driving through those cones. It's not necessarily that easy to pick exactly whether I should be the left of this cone or the right.
Now, typically, you'll have some of your less experienced drivers driving the skid pad and acceleration event. There are quite a few points here, and I know that one of the strategies that some teams take is to not actually make sure you've got a really good driver in these events, because there are still points to be had here. So you do have to treat your drivers as a bit of a resource. So every team has generally one or two that are just that cut above the rest, and you have to decide which events you're going to put them in. So RMIT, they got out with an early run. There was not really the sort of speed we normally see from RMIT in that first run, but this looks a lot smoother. It was a 6.9 on that. So I think they're probably struggling for a bit of pace. That was a 6.32, so that has moved them up. That's a lot better from them, but they'll really want to push it on their final run here.
Yeah. course, the teams aren't able to just go out and get someone who happens to be a really good go-karter and say, we know you're not a student here, but you come in and drive the car. You have to be a student of the university. So
you can see it with this front wing. This is a bit higher off the ground than some that we've seen. There's no scraping here. You can't hear anything coming from the car. No side wings on this. So that was a 6.09. So building up some speed. You can see quite a bit more speed than what they had before. And a 6.12. So an improvement on what they did on the first one, but very far away from the limits of this car, I think. My daughter's actually sitting next to me, Phil, and I've been told off because I didn't give the link to where this live footage was being done to her last night or this morning, so she's very upset with me. So I will be in trouble. I don't know if our kids are listening, but we've got these young boys with us, so if Josh and Jacob are listening, I'm missing them heaps. Looking forward to seeing them, and missing Emily and Fletcher as well. So there you go. I've done a shout out to all of my family that are back at home. And this event does get watched by families, by people that are involved with this, but also a lot of previous competitors. So a lot of people that are in professional motorsport and engineering that used to compete in this, they're actually quite big fans of the event and want to know what's happening.
Well, and that also, but a lot of the European people will be wanting to watch it to see what are the things that are happening down under. Their competition takes place around the middle of the year, I believe.
It does.
So they'd be looking to see 6 months out, what are these guys in Australia doing, or Australasia, because some of these teams may well go to the World Championships.
Well, I do know that ECU has plans to be in the UK at the middle of next year, and Monash have indicated that they're going to be doing a European campaign as well. It would be good to see some of these other teams, but I don't know which ones will be going. Now, this is University of South Australia. Well, it looks like they're slowing a little bit on this run. Hopefully that's not anything major, but it has brought the car to a halt.
Quite unfortunate for them.
I wish we could say this will be the first time that we'll see a car slow down on track and stop, but we do see it every year, and it's really not because the students are doing a bad job. There is just so many things that can go wrong on these cars, and it's hard to stay on top of all of them.
Yep.
This is very different to normal motorsport, often where you're buying a car that has had a lot of development, and if you really don't do anything stupid, they will run most of the time. I speak from having been involved with some sports car racing, and particularly I know racing some GT3s, and well, we were involved with NASCAR as well, but certainly I love racing with the Porsches because they never broke down.
Yeah, but they were fully developed race cars. These are all prototypes.
Yeah.
Every single one of them. So it's like taking the first stage of those Porsches that you're talking about. And I'm sure when they were developing those Porsches, the first car out had problems from time to time that they had to fix.
Yeah, well, I think when you work in professional motorsport, you're generally benefiting from decades and decades of vehicle development. And these students are start to finish designing, building and testing these cars and competing in a year. And in motorsport, that's unheard of, that sort of development. You usually, if you are developing a new car, you do expect some unreliability in the first few races. Well, these teams, they only get one race. They get one weekend to do it. And generally, when you're developing these cars, you're using a lot of systems that have run on previous vehicles. So it is really important to note that as much as students get excited by the motorsport aspects of this is not really your typical motorsport event.
No, it's very much an educational undertaking all round, and new ideas are tried, and some work and some don't. Car looks like it's been reset.
And teams really have to strike that balance too, between sort of innovation and development and reliability, and often those are at odds with each other. But it's great to see University of South Australia running again.
So I wasn't quite sure what they found there, but maybe the driver just simply made an error, bumped the switch that he needed to not bump or something.
Oh, there are a lot of safety systems in these vehicles that if any are triggered, it will shut down drive, and that was a 6.7. Oh, that looks like a better run than the first one, and a 6.1. Yeah, so there is something to come from this car yet. We are situated in front of the brake test. We're still seeing teams trying to get through their scrutineering. We're getting very, very close to the end of this session. I believe it is scheduled to finish at 11 o'clock. So we're very, very close to the end. They will be running it in terms of any car that is in the order, and one of the last cars on the run order is the Auckland. In terms of their skid pad run order, Auckland definitely have the best position towards the end. So this is about as good as the track is going to get. This is the fastest car so far, so if we should see something here, Phil.
Yeah, looking forward to a little bit more of the spectacular.
And the great news for Auckland here is there's zero pressure on them in terms of the competition win. They've already won the skid pad event overall.
Yep.
There's no team that's going to come out and knock them off. So they really just get a run here to really show what this car can do. So I'm hoping this driver is just treating this not as a one-siding event and then a quick one. I just hope they go for it hard on both of these runs, because I'd love to see what this car can do, really push to the limit. I remember the very first year Auckland competed as a team, and we all knew that they were going to be a strong competitor, and they have been throughout the years. And you could see great intent by the driver straight away. Car is moving around, slight amount of scraping, but there is speed there. That was a 5.27, so a little bit off their previous time.
So what sort of time?
A 5.26, so that's actually very close to what Edith Cowan University did on their second run. So maybe that first driver from Auckland really just absolutely nailed it on the run.
Could be. Might have been the gun driver. We'll put out the fast guy first and try and psych everybody out.
Oh, this driver in the moment won't be wanting to think that he's not the fast driver. He, she, or... oh, they are pushing hard now. That's beautiful.
Yeah, that's very controlled drive.
That was a 5.02. That's a new faster circle from them. So I think that driver has definitely responded to the idea that, oh, and they've gone a little bit sideways there. And a 5.03, an incredible run, a slight improvement on what they did. Unfortunately, so close to dropping under the 5, but we didn't see that under the 5 time from them. But a great run from Auckland, untouchable on the skid pad. They've taken home first place in the skid pad. That's an incredible effort from them.
That was a great run.
Now the classes are split in this event, so they don't run combined. So Auckland have taken the top of EV, and ECU, which is actually sitting in second place overall, has taken the top for IC. So it does show that the IC and EV teams can be closely matched on this skid pad. And noting that Auckland vehicle, that does have torque vectoring up against a smaller, less aerodynamic, less aero downforce from a single cylinder IC car. So very close, two very, very different concepts, but very close times. Auckland there with a clear advantage though, about a 0.2 seconds, which on skid pad is massive. But I do think Newcastle, they'll be so happy with where they're sitting. It looks like they're taking home some silverware. Well, actually, I say silverware, but they're generally glass sort of trophies. They're quite attractive, actually.
Yes, if only there was real silver involved.
QUT, they did, as we heard from before, QUT, that run that they did when they came out, that was the first time they had dynamic points in 7 years of running the EVs. And I know that the alumni for QUT, I know some of them are very, very talented engineers, and they'll be so excited for this team. I know they're huge supporters of what the current students are doing. You never get Formula SAE out of your system, Phil. That was a 5.48. Oh, sorry, a 6.885 on that first circle. So not really what we've seen at their best. And a 5.98. So a nice respectable run.
Yep. And
then this driver can go out and really push it in this last bit. We're getting very, very close. We're now past the time that the event was scheduled to close. There was some delay to the start, so I'm sure that the organisers of the event want to make sure that all of the cars that can run will get an opportunity to.
Yep. Car making good moves, nice and smooth as it heads around on this run.
Yeah, it's visibly faster. A 5.9. I'm not sure that this driver is quite getting what that first driver was. It looks like it's slowed there, unfortunately. You can see the disappointment in the driver there.
Yep.
Oh, I'm just getting notice that it's actually 11:30, event closed, so we do have a little bit more time to go.
We do.
Phil, if that was the only mistake I make this weekend, I'll be very, very happy.
I thought you made another mistake. You forgot to tell your daughter the link. So they're starting to build.
Oh, they absolutely are. And mistakes at competition are far better to make than mistakes at home, Phil. It has been a very, very long year this year. I'm massively looking forward to Christmas, as I'm sure so many of the students are. So many of these students have forgotten what their family looks like.
Yeah.
And certainly some parents and friends and partners that will wonder who this person is when they come through the door.
And Formula SAE is not a normal class participation, is it? Or is it a normal part of the classes involved at university, or is it an after-hours extracurricular style activity?
Well, when it was started, it was originally an extracurricular in the US in the early days. But one of the big advantages that the Australian universities have had in this competition is right from the beginning, they have included it into their final year projects, at the very least. So some universities integrated a little closer than others.
Yep.
There is some credit for what, generally students that do work on the car get some credit, but there are massive numbers of after hours that are put in. So they work much harder than other students doing their projects most of the time. So I know that the workshop back home is probably the most populated room in the whole of the School of Engineering, and it's really common to see students there from the very, very beginning of the day until they get kicked out at night time. So you'll have students there from 7 o'clock in the morning until we get kicked out at 10. And if they're really sneaky, they find a way to stay sometimes beyond that. And they'll generally do that 7 days a week, some of the students. So a huge amount of work some of the students put into this. But they do get the rewards. The increase in ability of the students that do this competition compared to regular students cannot be understated. I know most teams don't have much of a break over Christmas. I know our own team takes 1 or 2 weeks off around Christmas, and then it's back into it by the middle of January.
This is
our
team
friends from
back again,
Indonesia.
Indonesian team. Quite steady on this run around.
I encourage students that are in the pits to have a look at the different sayings that are on a wing. So some of the teams will have a rear wing quote that they put on, and it usually is something that means something quite personal to the teams. You spend a lot of time with your teammates and alumni and industry and sponsors and supporters and the car.
Yeah.
And often there's a lot of in-jokes and stories that go around, and some of those are reflected on the backs of the wings of the teams.
Yes, a little bit of banter. Oh, he's clipped a cone on the way out.
My favourite one that I've seen so far is, and I'll probably make a hash of it now, but it's we lost a bet to our alumni, and all they gave us, all we got is this text.
Yeah.
If that one isn't the best wing quote in here, I'd be very surprised.
Yeah.
And I absolutely love seeing it when the alumni stay engaged with the teams and offer advice, and hopefully encourage the team not to make the same mistakes they made when they were going through.
I have seen one time that was words to the effect, if you're reading this the right way up, I'm upside down. That wasn't on an SAE car though.
Well, I've actually seen a couple of SAE cars upside down in an event. Not in Australia, but I have seen it in both the UK and in the US. They were in the practice track, thankfully.
Trying a little bit too hard.
Yes, one of the really common ways to tune these cars is they can get difficult to turn in, and a really common way of unloading that inside rear is to apply a fair bit of caster jacking.
Yep.
And so if you have a combination of a team that's maybe built a car with a high center of gravity, a fair bit of caster jacking, and the weight's not equalized between the tires, you can get them rolling over.
Yep.
And it's horrible to see. It's really what the tilt test is designed to try and eliminate out on track.
Yep.
But really seeing these cars, which all have really quite reasonable center of gravities, they've all got good tracks. It looks like most of the cars are set up. I don't think you'd see anything like that here. The Australian inspectors are very, very careful to make sure everything's very safe. And we just haven't had these incidents in Australia. It's a real credit to both the organisers, the tech inspectors and the teams here. Okay, just while I have the attention, and this isn't really for the people on YouTube, but we have a fact. So we will see the acceleration event come up in the afternoon, but we've really seen some incredible running there. I'm just bringing up the NatSoft timing again just to go through those, and we will read out the current order. But please note again that we do take the average of 2 runs, and we won't know the absolute final result. So the order that we'll be giving this is just on the fastest single lap time, where there will be some adjustments to that, but most of the teams were fairly consistent between them. But I am struggling to bring up NatSoft here, Phil. You can see I'm a mechanical engineer, not an electrical engineer. I really struggle with the iPhone.
it might be the internet speed.
It
We'll
could
blame
be.
it on the NBN, shall we?
Oh, no, we are noting that Natsoft has gone, so that will have to be checked. But teams will be checking that, but we saw clearly that there were a few teams up at the top. That Auckland run was incredible. We saw ECU there, so an EV and an IC 1-2. Hopefully we see that continue throughout the event, that we see a bit of a mix-up between those teams. The University of Newcastle and Canterbury were very, very close. It'll be very hard to judge which one of those finished second or third out of the EV teams. There is only a 1 and 2 placing for the IC because there are very few teams there, and there are only 2 IC teams running in that event. So hopefully we see Tokyo Denki and University of Sydney coming out, but it looks like the silverware there is going to ECU and Waikato.
Yeah, that was really interesting to watch, and some interesting little tidbits along the way as we've discussed the ins and outs of what SAE is about.
Well, and I think the thing to note, tomorrow we have the autocross, and the finishing order of the skid pad is being used to determine the run order of the teams on autocross. So the teams that did well in skid pad will be the teams that go out first on autocross. So they will be getting a dustier, less rubbered up track on autocross. So we've seen here Auckland, they were one of the last teams out on skid pad. They had the best of the conditions. They're going to be first out for the autocross with the worst of the conditions for autocross. So that really may upset those autocross times. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out tomorrow.
Certainly will, and big thank you to all of those volunteers down there who are currently picking up cones.
So I think
putting things away, we couldn't do it all without volunteers, and we've got plenty here. Really very appreciative of the efforts that they all do.
Absolutely, and I think this is probably a good time for us to sign off, Phil.
I think so, Kevin. Great job there. Thank you very much for all your insights on Formula SAE as we've gone through the skid pad.
Yeah, thank you, Phil. Yeah.
Thanks, Kevin.
When I'm racing on track, I've got to be millimetre perfect. With indicate grade control on the 306, you can set your depth to exactly what you need, and the machine tells you when you've reached it, so you can just race through it. Cat machines are part of my team. Make them a part of yours.
next-gen mini excavator technology
Can be your best friend on the worksite.
with new ease-of-use Indicate, you can dig to an exact depth, length or slope. And new ease-of-use eFence ensures that you avoid obstacles, buried surfaces and more. Work faster, safer and more efficiently with CAT ease-of-use Indicate and eFence.
That's CAT Next Gen Mini Excavator technology.
You just have to try it. Request a demo today.
When I'm racing on track, I've got to be millimetre perfect. With Indicate grade control on the 306, you can set your depth to exactly what you need and the machine tells you when you've reached it, so you can just race through it. CAT machines are part of my team. Make them a part of yours.
CAT Next Gen Mini Excavator technology
Can be your best friend on the worksite.
with new ease-of-use Indicate, you can dig to an exact depth, length or slope. And new ease-of-use eFence ensures that you avoid obstacles, buried surfaces and more. Work faster, safer and more efficiently with CAT ease-of-use Indicate and eFence.
That's CAT Next Gen Mini Excavator technology.
You just have to try it. Request a demo today.
When I'm racing on track, I've got to be millimetre perfect. With Indicate grade control on the 3i6, you can set your depth to exactly what you need and the machine tells you when you've reached it, so you can just race through it. Cat machines are part of my team. Make them a part of yours.
Cat Next Gen Mini Excavator technology.
Can be your best friend on the worksite.
With new ease of use Indicate, you can dig to an exact depth, length or slope. And new ease of use eFence ensures that you avoid obstacles, buried surfaces and more. Work faster, safer and more efficiently with Cat ease of use Indicate and eFence.
That's Cat Next Gen Mini Excavator technology.
You just have to try it. Request a demo today.
once we're done with Adelaide, Alan, can we give them to give them to Gabe, sorry.
Never mind. Done.
Oh, never mind.
depends how strong it is. Right. With the power that we have now, we might be able to take it forward.
In Excel.
We will see. Especially on the, if it's it's not going to be down there. It's super traffic, but
back here almost ready to start for the acceleration event. Scheduled to start at 12:30. So welcome back, Phil.
Welcome back, Kevin. It's good to be back, and a little bit of a break there for lunch. I hope you've managed to devour a little bit of the goodness of what's available here.
Oh no, we had a faculty advisors meeting with the organisers, and gathering 30 lecturers in a room, well, there's a lot of conversation that goes on.
Everybody has words to say. Wonderful stuff.
Yeah, I think universally there was a huge appreciation of SAE and the organisers for overcoming quite a lot of difficulties in the organisation of the event and ensuring that it actually ran. But obviously, as always, as engineers, we're never always quite happy. So we're always looking for improvements the next
That's
time.
the point of engineering, isn't it?
And certainly the SAE, well, it's a Society of Automotive Engineers, so they're always improving the event themselves. So rest assured to the students that will be back here next year, there are a few things that will be addressed, and the SAE is well and truly aware of them, but they do encourage feedback and have been really generous with their time throughout the year in collecting feedback from teams.
And of course, we can see that the guys are out sorting things on track. So we shouldn't be too far away from getting underway.
Yeah, this used to be one of the favourite events, I think, when you're running all of the IC cars and you could hear all of the different engines. I used to love it, Phil, listening to all the engines. And the electric cars, they're very fast, but they you don't get to listen to all the different engine notes. So usually if an electric car is making a large amount of noise going down an acceleration event, I have heard from University of Auckland, who have been doing really well, that they have some consumables that are more expensive than they would like, and so hopefully that hopefully that'll be reliable throughout the event.
So those consumables are munchable devices within the vehicle, I'm assuming.
Well, some consumables are munchables, but we'll leave it up to you to determine what that might be. Well, I think what happens is when you get those cars, especially the cars at the really pointy end of the competition, like Auckland, you start applying loads to systems that are higher than predicted, and sometimes things can not turn out for the best. It's not uncommon when you're doing the shakedown of these cars that problems that in the very early runs that aren't there because the car is not being loaded up start to appear as the car gets faster and faster.
Yeah, that's right. I've seen many a time with other forms of motorsport that guys have got a good reliable car, and then all of a sudden they make a change that improves the engine output or something, and then all of a sudden everything else starts to fail around it. So it's not necessarily always a good thing to add more power.
Yeah, you've got to be very careful. It's the same with adding downforce, or you might have a suspension setting that's working well, and then you stiffen it up, and then all of a sudden things are starting to fatigue and go bad. So these are all challenges for the students, but they're real-world challenges, and really helps them for their careers no matter where they go. So we can
just discussing before too that there was some comments on the YouTube channel about why perhaps the wings weren't removed from some of the cars during these skid pan event. But of course, you're probably in the best position to be able to explain why that would not be the best thing to happen.
Yeah, so the cars must run in all events how they scrutineered. So if you've got a car with wings, you can't take the wings off for the acceleration event. As much as they would love to, they can't take them off. So teams have to choose what sort of adjustability they build in. So this is a really good event to see that, because a lot of the teams that are running aerodynamics will be opening up the flaps for this event. They'll be trying to run with as little induced drag as possible. So the wings are designed to produce downforce, but in producing that downforce, so you see the multi-element wings, they can produce quite a lot of drag.
Yeah.
So they'll be doing those adjustments. But if the students don't put that in as adjustments to their vehicles, they can't just take the parts off. There's actually a very limited list of parts that you're allowed to replace, and it's really things like camber shims and springs and things where you're replacing one for another.
Yep.
But you can't take off full systems.
Yeah. Yeah, I just saw on shot there one of the cars rolling through, and obviously the tyres were wrapped in some sort of a plastic wrapping. What's the reasoning for that?
Well, we actually heard of a team from one of the faculty advisors that picked up I think it was 3 thumbtacks while they were in the design event area. So one of the teams that had been presenting had left them there, and they ended up with 3 punctured tyres. So some teams will run covers on their tyres to protect them from punctures, and unfortunately a puncture can be a really bad end to your competition.
Yeah.
But most of the time with the plastic wrap, it's just ensuring that these tyres have really good condition when they go onto the track, really grippy. And you don't want them picking up a lot of dust as you're pushing them to the event. Now, not all teams do it, and not for all events.
So sticking with the tyres for the moment, are they restricted in the tyres that are all teams on the same tyre, or is there a regulation around tyre usage?
The regulations around tyres are very, very minimal. So you must be on a wheel that is either 8 inches diameter or larger. But the smallest we generally see is 10 inches. So the most common tyres we'll see is a 10-inch diameter rim or a 13-inch diameter rim. And I apologise for the US units there, but that's how we work with wheels. But there's no regulations on width. There's no regulations on compound. Most teams will run with either a Goodyear 13-inch tyre or a Hoosier 10-inch tyre, but there are teams in Europe that go as far as manufacturing their own tyres.
Wow.
Yeah, there's a team called Delft University. They have manufactured their own tyres in the past. I believe they still do, and they are incredible. It's a really good point of advantage. But if you have a look around these cars, you will see big variations in tyres.
Of course, that's a fairly important part of the vehicle because, well, that's what gives you the grip on the track.
Oh, absolutely,
or the lack of.
And it's very difficult to get temperature into these tyres because of how light the cars are. So teams do have to make a decision on the width of tyres they run. So say in the 10-inch tyres, you can have a tyre that is 6 inches wide, or roughly 6 inches wide, or tyres that are 8 inches wide. Those are the typical sizes. The advantages of going wider is once the tyres are up to temperature, you get more grip, but it takes longer to get there. And also the wider tyres limit the amount of effective aerospace you can have. So there's lots and lots of compromises that these students need to assess on their cars, and it's not as simple as saying, let's just run the widest tyres.
Yes, I think one of the first books I ever read on race car design, the opening paragraph inside the very front cover said it's the art of compromise.
Oh, absolutely.
So I took that on board at the time when I was building my own Clubman sports car and went, okay.
Yeah, I think, and we see it in these events, so there are teams that will favour other events, so there will be teams that build their cars, say, around doing a skid pad, and then there's other teams that are going to do better on acceleration. And we're going to see that in the very early cars. I think ECU is a really good example. It's a single cylindered, lower powered car. It's designed to be light, to run really well on the skid pad, but it's not really a car that accelerates as hard as some of the ones they've made in the past.
Yep.
You see the Monash car, it's a little bit heavier than some of the other electric cars, but it has more power. So this is an event that it should actually be able to really use that power, but you can't use that on a skid pad.
So another technical question on suspension design, anti-squat and anti-dive. Is there very much of that being utilised across the teams? Are you aware?
You've got really good questions here, Phil. You tend to find not a lot of anti-dive, so that would be where the front end of suspension is designed to, under a longitudinal load, so as the car starts to brake, it'll effectively raise the front of the nose of the car to counteract how it would dip down.
Yep.
That tends to bring a fair bit of harshness into your front end of your car. So a lot of teams really try and avoid that, and instead, if they're having issues with dive on the front, they'll usually address that with a third spring. Anti-squat's a little bit more interesting. It's not something you want too much of when you're going around the track or on a skid pad setting, but in acceleration, it's of a huge benefit. And I know that back when we were larger powered engines, the fastest car in acceleration for quite a few years was the ECU car with a custom motor. That ran quite a lot of anti-squat, and that was adjustable. So you would load in a lot of anti-squat for this event, but then you would pull it out for everything else. So I think a lot of the teams that are building more traditional AA arm suspension systems, they won't really be running much, or if any, anti-squat. But it is a good question, and again, another thing that students need to consider.
Absolutely, and anything that can give you competitive advantage, provided it's within the rules of the competition.
Well, I think we had a really interesting experience in, I think it was about 2014. So we'd gone and competed in the UK, had done a fairly respectable acceleration time. So around that time, any car that could do it in 4 seconds was considered fast. And we thought, well, how do we actually make this quicker? And spent a lot of time talking to people in drag racing.
Yeah.
And we were able to take 0.2 of a second out of the car just by tuning it.
Yep.
And that was really tuning the suspension, not tuning the motor.
Yeah.
And the drag racing, they know so much of their performance is about grip off the line.
Yep.
We learnt a huge amount from drag racing.
Yeah, another area of motorsport that involves getting off the start line is hill climbing, and it's been interesting to me over the years because I originally started in hill climbing. To be at a circuit race meeting and I'll watch another group of cars come out to the start line. I'll pick a few other cars that I know are hill climbers, and I'll know a few other cars that aren't hill climbers, and the hill climbers will always gain probably a car length off the start line, and they'll probably gain another car length through the first corner because they're used to driving on cold tyres.
Yeah. And position is king, isn't it, Phil?
Absolutely. Once you're in front, the person behind has to find a way around.
Yeah. That was one of the big advantages of I think Porsches in sports car racing is the launch.
Yeah.
And we'll see that here, and even the choices you make. So if you are designing your car and you want to have it as fast as it can be around an endurance track, which is effectively a rolling start, compared to the fastest car on autocross, there's actually a difference in the weight distribution you would want because the autocross involves a launch.
Yeah.
So as soon as you have, and for a rear-wheel drive car, as soon as you have a launch involved in your time, you want a slightly more rearward weight bias to account for that.
Yep.
And it's amazing how much of a difference it makes.
So would any of these SAE cars be working adjustments within the car to be able to accommodate that sort of thing?
No, this in terms of your weight distribution, I'd be very surprised if any team is doing much there. There may be some ability to do that with, say, the electric cars with their large accumulators.
Yeah.
But because this is a class that doesn't have a minimum weight, you're never going to see ballast in these cars.
No.
So you're never going to add weight to just get an ideal weight distribution. So I know of teams that have tested with ballast in to investigate weight distribution during testing.
Okay.
But it's not something that you'd really want to play around with on these cars.
No.
And for those of you that are not that aware of the motorsport terms, ballast is just a term where teams will add weight to their cars to bring it up to a minimum weight requirement.
Yep.
And teams will generally put that weight very low in their cars and then use it, the fore-aft position, to tune the weight distribution. The other thing you do notice with the acceleration event, and this is more of something for rear-wheel drive cars, is if you do have a more powerful motor and you're looking for traction, this is an event you might not run the car at its lowest ride height setting. So you're often looking to actually get the center of gravity up so that you are transferring more weight.
Weight over the back wheels.
Absolutely.
Yep.
So you'll often run them a little bit high. I feel like I can say some of this stuff because our car is no longer running a really powerful motor. So I'm sort of letting into a few little tweaks here and there. But some of this can be done by raising the car up on its adjusters, and some of it can be done just by modifying your damper settings. So you can have it so that the car is easier to move in one direction than another, and I'll leave it up to the students to decide, how you might do that.
Well, you probably noticed that I'm prompting you with some questions to try and draw these sorts of things out, because otherwise you're just going to keep it all under your hat for your own students, your own team.
Well, there's limits, Phil. There's limits. No, we try not to keep too much specialty information. Most teams are aware of this, and it is a little bit of a shame that so much of the knowledge in motorsport isn't published and isn't available, and so many people haven't shared this. It does make it harder when you're trying to learn how to do this sort of work, and I do think that Formula SAE and Formula Student are really great sharers of motorsport knowledge.
Absolutely. From what I've seen, it's been absolutely brilliant. And one of my friends, not in motorsport related terms, was mentioning to me that about some people who don't want to share knowledge, etc. And the comment was made, if you've only ever got one good idea in your life, keep it to yourself. If you've got plenty, share them.
Well, that is the reality of motorsport, is it moves on so quickly that you don't, if you're working well, you don't really need to worry too much about sharing knowledge because you'll come up with new ideas.
Absolutely.
It is actually quite energizing to be around the team and hearing the things that they come up with, and there's not a year that goes past where you don't learn something from the process, and the students are great educators of the lecturers, I think.
Yeah. So here we go, we've got a car on track.
This is the practice track.
The practice track that we have on screen there for you at the moment. So this is where the guys can go out, or guys or girls, or they, and go out and do a little bit of testing of their vehicle. Make sure it turns left and right, accelerates and brakes.
For those of you that are interested in the size, the practice track is not really designed to be a place where the drivers can practice doing a lap. It's just a place to scrub in tyres, ensure the car is running, not really push it too hard. There is no real practice at this event. There's no trial runs. Every single run you see in an event is timed and will potentially contribute to the score. It's one of the real challenges of this event. I don't know any motorsport event quite like it. Usually in a motorsport event you do get your practice runs in, and they're very important in setting up a vehicle.
Oh yeah. And in a lot of cases, just getting the driver switched on to the fact that they're at a motorsport event. Hang on, I need to adjust my head into motorsport mode. That practice run can be all important just to get the mindset right.
Yeah, I know we used to, there'd be a long list of things you'd work through in practice, and some of them are even just organisational.
Yeah.
So you're looking at making sure you don't do silly things, so your pit speed limiters are going on at the right times, that drivers are aware of where they need to be at each time, and things that if you make mistakes on, they can be quite costly. And there has been a move, I think, in professional motorsport to really see a reduction in testing. It's been an ongoing thing. We see it in supercars. We've certainly seen it in Formula One, as organisers are preferring to see any of the running that cars are doing is being in front of fans. So we're seeing longer calendars, more events, but less testing and development. And I probably think it's contributed somewhat to a change in how many competitive teams there are, because once somebody gets in front, it's very, very difficult to catch them without being able to be free to develop the vehicle.
Yeah, yep. And my aging brain may have the exact details slightly incorrect on this, but many years ago I came to this very place for a lecture one night by a chap named Frank Gardner.
Oh.
And it was revealed during that night, and again, this is my recollection of the numbers, was that in testing for Matic in one season, in his logbook, he had over 20,000 miles in his logbook at underneath existing lap records.
Wow.
So I don't know how many miles in testing he had done in total, but 20,000 of them were at underneath existing lap records. That's a massive amount of testing. I can't imagine that any of the teams in motorsport, pretty much anywhere, do that sort of testing these days.
No, I do remember I was been a fairly big fan of Formula One, or probably a bit less so at the moment, but certainly the Ferrari used to have their own test track, and they would pound out laps, but now there's very strong restrictions on what they can do with those test facilities. And it actually makes it a place where Formula SAE graduates can be quite successful in, because these are students that are used to limited amounts of testing and having to do events straight off the bat. That it's not an alien occurrence to go out into a motorsport team and not have just freedom to test anytime you want.
Yeah.
Testing is an expensive process, whether you're a Formula team or a professional racing team. Consumables, as we've sort of hinted at, aren't just your tyres and fuel and so on. There's a lot of breakages, a lot of spare parts required.
Yeah, and I have another tale to tell of how it's all relevant for whatever level of motorsport you're in. A chap I know was debating with one of his co-drivers in HQ racing about whether they should buy a new set of tyres for the next race or not, as they were walking past a Lamborghini race car, and the owner-driver of the Lamborghini was having a discussion with his team manager, who was suggesting that he should have bought that other gearbox because the ratios are wrong. And the owner-driver said, but I didn't have that extra $50,000 for gearbox X, Y, Z. The chap I know, he and his mate looked at each other and said, it's all just relevant, really, isn't it?
Yeah, some of the equipment can get really quite expensive. I'm aware of some Victorian teams that were racing Nissan GTRs at time, and the gearboxes were effectively a disposable item for them.
Yep.
So they would work through them fairly quick, and they were not a cheap item. And you'd go out to the skip bin at the front of their workshop, and it was piled up with GTR gearboxes. A lot of traction on those vehicles, and the gearboxes are really designed for road car loads, not really racing loads.
Yeah. Now the other thing that's going on, I guess, with testing, being able to use the test track out here, is just the warming of various running gear, the gearboxes, and I'm assuming that there's gear sets and oils and things in the running train of these vehicles. That would remain as a residual temperature for quite a while, although it is quite a cool day here today. What's the importance of having things up to temperature in a car before you go racing?
Well, it depends on the oil you're using. So if you're using, there's a lot of really good oils that use a different base, not mineral oil based, very similar to what you'd use in aircraft, that you can have fairly consistent sort of viscosity of those oils from cold to hot. So less of importance, if you're using the right oils, less of an importance on having the temperature to lower that viscosity of the oil. But the temperature definitely increases the size of things, so you start to get everything meshing a little bit closer. The other thing that we note is there's really quite a lot of gearbox design that goes on for the in-wheel hub motors of the electric cars when they're using them, and most of them are planetary gearboxes.
Yeah, yep.
So you've got a lot of teeth in contact there. Some of them can get made using EDM, so a wire cutting method, which doesn't always leave the best surface. So some might be surface ground, which will end up being a really beautiful surface, and you can get that lower friction. Sometimes you just wear them in. There's lots of different approaches teams take to gearboxes, and I would say in a mechanical sense, gearbox design is something that has become a really big deal for the EV teams. Whereas most of the time for the IC cars, you're running the standard motorcycle gearbox.
Yeah, which are fairly well designed as it is anyway, really, aren't they? The old sequential gearboxes in the motorbikes are pretty swish little gearboxes.
Oh, they're amazing, and some of them are so small. So we were doing custom engines for quite a while, and really when you start to go into the custom engines in these cars, it ends up being more of a custom gearbox than a custom engine. But the gears from the Hondas, we were just reusing them, and they were far narrower than anything that we could make effectively. Yeah. So we were doing final drives and then running the standard Honda gears in there, and all of the pieces there are really well made, high quality materials. It's it's hard to say to non-engineers how beautiful a gearbox can be inside, but
that's all right, I'm on side.
they're beautiful devices, and they're beautiful devices till they go badly, Phil.
So we're talking on materials there, and you touched on some of the various methods of manufacture. Additive manufacturing, the new thing that seems to be everywhere. Is there very much of that going on in SAE?
A huge amount of additive manufacturing in Formula SAE. I think actually applications of additive manufacture, SAE teams have been right at the forefront of that. So you do have some parts that are plastic printed. They tend to be for your low load. So a lot of aerodynamic components might be plastic printed. You can use them for creating molds for composite parts. So you print out a mold and then lay up carbon into it to get a really strong part. You can now print parts with carbon fibre in them. So you can lay in the fibres, so that brings some strength to plastic parts. There are teams here with metal 3D printed components, so uprights are a really good example. There will be a few teams that try that. So you really see, and you do see some resin printing as well. That's really fine printing. That's probably less common as an end-use part. But I think, to give an idea, I think you'd actually be struggling to find a car on this grid that doesn't have a 3D printed part somewhere on the vehicle.
Yeah, right. Yep.
And that's really transformed. The last 10 years for additive manufacturing has been a massive advancement in the field, and it's so much more accessible than it once was. So I know when I started at ECU, they had a plastic 3D printer there that was about $100,000, and material would cost $500 a litre, and it was just a plastic printer. We now use printers that are less than $10,000 and materials $30 a litre. It's an absolute game changer. And so a lot of the students now own their own 3D printers and are really able to prototype things very quickly.
So for the non-engineering types that may be listening in, what would be the advantage structurally you mentioned uprights being 3D printed? What would be the advantage of using 3D printing for those components?
Well, really the material itself is not quite as strong as if you were going to machine it out of a billet. So a billet being an original sort of shape that you take material off. So they tend to be a bit weaker material-wise because you're effectively welding the material together. So you get this really fine powder and you weld it together. And so it ends up being closer in strength to a cast part than to a machined part. But the huge advantage you have is you can make it any shape you want.
Yep.
So what you lose in material properties, you tend to gain in geometry. So you could have the material just in the low path.
Yeah, that would be a geometry that would be unachievable by machining.
Oh, absolutely. We tend to see really organic shapes. So things that, when you see a 3D printed upright, it almost looks like you'll have some bearings contained in something that looks like a series of bones or something like that. So you start to see this. And in fact, one of the students that we have in with us is doing their PhD on biomimicry. His PhD's actually just been accepted, or it's just about to be submitted, sorry. And it's work on biomimicry, where it's taking ideas from nature and putting them into 3D printed metal.
Okay.
And it's been some really interesting work done on that.
Yeah.
In fact, it was 3D printing shark skin. And so it was 3D printing shark skin and using it for heat transfer, improving heat transfer.
Interesting.
Quite fascinating results compared to non-additive manufacturing solutions.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kevin, for all of those insights. It's really good to have you here on commentary. I can play the dummy and ask some questions, silly questions, and you've got all the right answers. Wonderful stuff.
Well, I'm still waiting for the silly questions, Phil. I'd like to get past the hard ones, please. It looks like we've got Waikato. This will be the first team. So the run order is the same as what we saw for Skiphead earlier in the day. And so Waikato will be first. We're seeing the IC teams are scheduled to run first, and then we go through the EVs. Most of the ICs, I believe, this year are running smaller engines. So this is not going to be an event that they're going to be really fast in. I wouldn't expect them to be up near the top of the tables. And most of them don't really, when you've got the lower powered engines, you don't really need the track to rubber in. So they won't get, we wouldn't expect to see them get much faster throughout the runs, whereas the higher powered EVs, we will see them improve as they go on.
We're not going to see these guys cleaning any of that nasty smoke off the tyres.
No. Always, and it's a difficult thing to do this launch very well. So you want to see some spinning of the wheels, because you want to keep, you don't want to bog the engine down. But if you spin it too much, you just get a slow launch.
So we have the engine running, and a bit of a handshake, good luck handshake there from one of the crew.
Oh, actually, we've got a good shot here. We can see a Motec dash on that. What looks like a Motec dash.
Yes, your eyesight's much younger than mine. We are a little bit restricted in our tiny little screen that we have here to look. So, engine sounding quite sweet.
This is a place where Waikato will probably have a slight advantage over some of the other IC teams that are running wings. So this is a car that it should do a little bit better in acceleration. I wouldn't expect to be too much between ECU and Waikato on this event.
And of course, it looks like there's a bit of a strong headwind down there as well, so that may impact the cars that have got lots of wings.
Oh, definitely. Oh, that's an unfortunate launch. That's exactly what you don't want to happen. You can see what happens if that engine bogs down. It can cut out pretty easily. So they'll do that run. The time there is 13 seconds, but that won't really register. They'll come back and get another run in. But again, it's another dynamic event that Waikato has managed to complete.
Yeah, so they've got a completed run through there, which is better than breaking a drive shaft on the start line and not getting to the finish at all.
Oh, absolutely. This can be a car breaker, this event.
Absolutely, because as we were saying before, the idea is to get as much traction over those back wheels as you possibly can, which is going to mean that those back wheels or the drivetrain is under as much load as it's ever going to be for the duration of the competition, really.
So unless I'm mistaken, I know a little bit more about my own car. So I apologise to the other teams that I can't give the same level of detail. But I know this particular student's a first year. So this student will be driving for his first time. He only started the course this year. Okay. And yep, he'll be pretty nervous. Has a bit of a background in racing motorcycles though, so pretty good with the engine.
He's not going to be that nervous.
Dirt bikes, I think.
So he's a brave individual.
Brave's one of the words you could use to describe people who race motorcycles.
Bit of fist pumping for the crew.
Absolutely, and the good news here, he's not afraid of birds, this fella.
Ah, good. Excellent. If the engine starts.
Oh, don't say that, Phil.
Fires into action. He breathes a sigh of relief.
So it's a good initial part of the launch there, but it sort of stalled a little bit later.
Yeah, it looked like a bit of a double grab on the clutch there as he left the start, which that's going to affect his overall time. But
it was a 4.7. I think the goal for this car is probably to try and get in about the 4.5s, 4.4s.
Yep.
So it's not too far off. They won't be upset with that run.
No, it's a good first run.
And you could hear the revs being held there. That was the foot flat down. That's a launch control set up there. So I think probably just lifted a little bit, maybe a bit more wheel spin than expected.
Yeah, I think track temperature is probably, I'm not sure, that it may have dropped a little bit since our skid pan event, perhaps. I might be wrong. I've been wrong before.
Well, we've now got Monash lining up, so the first of the EVs. So this is, and you can see the flaps open on the Monash car here, so that's what we were talking about, is reducing the downforce as much as possible.
Yeah, the rear flaps are dead flat.
Yeah. The same was true, I think, the ECU car. It only has the one flap on the ECU car. It's a lower downforce package. This is what we'd consider a very high downforce package from Monash. They've made their name as being an incredibly successful, the most successful Australian team historically, and they've done a lot of it with their aerodynamic development. So very high downforce on this. It's a slightly different approach to Canterbury, but probably fairly similar approach to what we're seeing from Auckland aerodynamically.
Now, is it right that Monash have their own wind tunnel, or is that true, or am I?
Well, they do. It's the largest, I believe, the largest wind tunnel in the Southern Hemisphere. It doesn't have a rolling road, which does limit its effectiveness for these cars. These cars, as you can see, have a lot of underbody downforce. So there are some things you can do with a wind tunnel to sort of predict that, but it does limit it. I think most of their development would be done with the computers, computational fluid dynamics.
Yep. And we might come to...
Oh, that's a solid launch there.
Excellent.
They'd be really happy with that. That's an excellent launch. And that's a 3.9 by Monash there. That is a fast time any way you want to look at it.
Yeah.
They'll be over the moon with that one. And that's the best we've ever seen from the IC cars in the past is a 3.8, but the EV cars have definitely got more overall power and more traction than you can get on the IC cars. So that's an excellent time. They'll be very happy with that. Similar approach to vehicle design with the curtain car. So this is another big aero car with a fair bit of power in it.
Looks like the keys are being inserted.
So you can see this has got an extra rear element compared to the Monash. It looks like a 3 rear flaps on this compared to the 2 rear flaps from the Monash car.
Yep.
So this is a car that should have a little bit more of its downforce towards the rear compared to Monash.
Yeah, Monash did look as if they were having a little bit of difficulty in pulling that car up too. So it was travelling at quite a rate of knots by the time it got to the finish line.
Well, it isn't one of the lightest cars here. It does have a fair bit of weight to it. Some of that is because of the size, because of the aerodynamics and certainly in battery capacity, but part of that trade-off.
Yeah, touching on batteries, it seems that there's quite a variation in the voltages that some of the teams are running and those sorts of things. But got any reasoning for why one would choose a lower voltage than a higher voltage? Or?
Well, generally the higher voltage is better. That was a reasonable run there by Curtin. I'd expect them to go a bit faster later on. That was a 5.7. They'll be happy with that as a first run, but that car's capable of more. Generally, you want to go close to the highest voltage you can, which is, I think, 600 in the competition. You do see some that are lower voltages than that, and it's really about motor controller availability and matching it with your accumulator size. You don't tend to see the lower voltages, like 120 or so on, because at that point you're starting to run pretty thick cables and the losses are a little bit higher. So.
Yeah.
You try and see these, and that does actually bring in concerns when you're doing this in an educational environment. 600 volt accumulator with DC current is actually quite a dangerous thing.
Absolutely.
That the students need to learn how to handle safely and with respect. So all of the universities have a really big focus on safety, and the EV cars have to take it just that step higher.
Yeah, of course, the old rule is volts by amps equals watts, and watts is power.
Yeah.
So if you want X watts and you reduce the voltage, you have to increase the amperage. If you increase the amperage, the cross-sectional face of the conductors transmitting that electricity have to be a bit bigger.
Yeah, definitely. And it's one more trade-off. I mean, we could keep listing over and over how many trade-offs these teams have to make, and sometimes what you end up with is analysis paralysis, and yeah, at some point you need to go, well, we're just going to do this, and then we'll see how the design pans out.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, some of those decisions you're making very, very early in the design piece, and you don't really know how that is going to pan out for you until the car starts to come together. Oh, a decent launch there.
Yeah.
So UQ again. Well, not again in acceleration, but they were running earlier in skid pad. We'll just wait for the time to come up there. I'm not sure that we're getting the times on the screen at the moment. I should be able to bring this up. And that was a 5.38 by Queensland. This is putting into perspective just how good that Monash run was.
That is, yeah, by quite a margin. Nearly a second in it. Another internal combustion engine.
Yep, so we didn't have a great run by Waikato earlier. They stalled off the line, but they'll be looking to have a good run here.
One thing with a launch I've found is if you're going to get it wrong, you're better off to have too much than not enough.
Yeah, absolutely. You can handle a little bit of wheel spin, but bogging down is horrendously bad. Oh, much better launch. Okay, that's a really good run by Waikato. Good gear changes. Our driver will be happy with that.
Yeah, that was a great run.
And a 5.14. Good run by Waikato there. We still haven't seen University of Sydney and Tokyo Denki out on track, so hopefully we get the other ICs out there.
See the Swinburne car being prepped.
It is a beautiful car, this. I really feel this one and UNSW car, they could be twins. They've got a similar side profile.
They have, yeah. Now, another silly question from Phil. The car's being pushed everywhere. Now, I know that there's a story behind it, but you're probably better to tell the story behind why the cars are being pushed around.
Oh, well, it's more that we do not want to see people driving the cars around with so many students. I think it's been a rule right from as long as I can remember, you've always pushed your cars around, and you'll see sometimes there used to be a push bar competition between the teams. Who had the best push bar. But you do push them around, and probably handy to remind you at that point that one of the things that Rory, Tech Inspector Rory from ex-RMIT faculty advisor had mentioned is just a reminder that no one's allowed to run as we push these cars around. So as excited as we get and as worried as we might be of missing an event, we can't run on site. We don't want to see people falling over. There's cars around. We don't want to see people getting hit. But it's really just to keep it safe. And at some of these events, if you go to an event in the US or UK or Europe, you can have between 100 and 160 cars being pushed around. That's a lot of people.
Huge amount.
So this looks like an all-wheel drive. Oh, that's an incredible launch. This is all-wheel drive.
There's even some correction taking place with the steering there as the car was attempting to get a little bit sideways.
Yeah, 4.29
good run
by Swimmer. That's a very good run, and I think that correction probably cost him a little bit, Phil. What do you think?
Yeah, I would agree with that. There was, it seemed to be cost them a little bit off the line in that it was getting a little bit sideways, and the driver had to correct that. Probably resulted in a little bit of a momentary feather of the throttle as well, I suspect. But certainly a very good run. That's put them into second spot, as you say.
Yeah, I think that launch off the line, but Monash's launch off the line was very good, and I think Swinburne's easily matched it there. But where Monash was able to drive through and keep on it, unfortunately Swinburne had to back out a little bit.
So you know something about.
Well, it's always nice having at least a time in the bank, and then you can just really focus on improving it. But you only really needed another 2 or 3 tenths from here to be happy. This is definitely an event that is really in the favour of the EV teams, and IC teams really can't compete against the best EVs here. Oh, much better launch there. Fantastic.
That was a fantastic launch. There's not a thing you could pick wrong with that at all.
And a 4.383. That's an excellent run there by ECU. That's under the desired 4.4 that we're aiming for. So that's an excellent result so far.
Yeah, that was brilliant and a well-deserved run.
Oh, QUT. I can't keep saying how much I love this. Love this team, and I really like this car. And that was the first time in SkidPad. That was the first time they've scored dynamic points in 7 years of running EVs. They are so happy about what they've done, and I don't think they're finished yet, Phil. I reckon they've got a few more events that they want to get points down for.
Well, let's hope they're not finished yet. Touch wood.
I see you're getting into the end plate quotes there. What's interesting here is QUT haven't decided to open up those flaps at the back, and that might be because they're not adjustable. They may have just built them in and bonded them. When you do put an adjustment in, it does add a little bit of extra weight and a little bit of extra work to do.
Yeah, and in some instances, a weakness that can fail. So
There is a small part of the acceleration where the wing does help you. Near the start, it's actually better to have a bit more downforce.
Yep.
But that's not a rapid launch.
No.
But look, this is points in acceleration. First time in 7 years for points in acceleration.
Absolutely. So they go home with points this year. They're
A 6.7. And Monash lining up for their second run. They're already been the class here, but they know that Canterbury's coming. They know that Auckland's coming, and that University of Newcastle looks like it's got some speed.
It does.
I don't think a 3.9 is going to win this event, so they're going to need to improve. I even think Swinburne, I think there's probably a good 3/10 easily in that Swinburne car if they get a good run.
I'd like to know what sort of terminal velocity they're getting to, actually. It would be an interesting little tidbit to know.
It's fairly close to the 100 kilometres an hour sort of range. Some get a little bit faster, some a little bit lower than 100, but it's around that.
Okay.
So the EVs are limited to 80 kilowatts, which is, and they can do that across the board. So they are power monitored, but they can use that right from the launch, and that's really the big advantage that the EVs have over the ICs.
Massive torque.
So an IC car would need to be a big 4-cylinder motor with a turbocharger to get that 80 kilowatts, and it's only going to hold it for a very small amount of time. So these EVs are noticeably more powerful. And to put it in perspective, that 80 kilowatts, the single-cylinder combustion cars, they'll only be at about 40 kilowatts, so about half the power.
Yep.
So that's where you won't see too much of an improvement from the ICs from where they are.
Great head-on shot there from Blendline TV as the car launches. Great speed.
Yeah, that looked like a good run. And a 3.812, so they've knocked off a bit more than a tenth there. Now that's definitely getting into a really competitive time for EVs. I know some of the people from Monash reasonably well, and certainly some of their alumni, as we've competed against them over the years. And I know their faculty advisor Scott and I were students competing against each other. They would not have been happy with what they did in Skid Pad, and they are coming to try and grab some points back. And Curtin again. They have a good banker in that 5.7, but they've got a lot of time. Nobody's going to be really too happy if they're sitting in the 5s. Everyone wants to be in the 4s, and if they're a powerful EV team, they really want to be trying to duck under 4, but probably won't see that from Curtin given that first run.
Yeah, car sitting on the start line now. Nice loud beep as the electronics are all kicked in. Makes the launch a little bit slow off the mark, but boy, does it pick up as it gets going.
Yeah,
down through the finish.
Yeah, I think that's going to do reasonably well in endurance, and that's a 5.29 from Curtin, so chopped off quite a bit of time there. They'll be happy with the improvement, but I think there's still more to come. But you can really see it just lacked that wheel spin at the start, and so
Yeah.
it in that first really 2 meters of the run and acceleration, that's where the time is. If you can hook it up there and then push through. So I think we saw that with Monash's launch, and certainly Edith Cowan had a strong launch, and they just didn't have the power in the rest of the run. Swinburne's launch was phenomenal, and that was that all-wheel drive, and I think if they can just stop the wiggles they had afterwards, there's a lot more time to come from that car.
Correct.
But Curtin, they're really losing out off the line. But as everyone knows, any team that's out here getting points is doing better than any team that's not running.
Yep.
So everyone's happy with running, and everyone's aiming to get running. And we see, you know, off camera, we're seeing people in the practice track, you know, getting ready. And hopefully we'll see some teams that didn't manage to get out for skid pad. Hopefully we'll see a few more teams out here for acceleration. A little bit of a pause in proceedings.
I think he's having trouble finding the keys. Poor chap, he'd be in one of my pockets.
Oh, parts going missing in a workshop, it's a pretty common affair.
Yep.
It's usually if somebody's been the machinist of those parts, they get quite irate if their part goes missing.
Oh, yeah, I spent how many hours making that?
Well, sometimes you end up, you might be machining something, you put a lot of work in, and then you go right at the end stages and run the cutter backwards or something like that.
Or the last cut, and I forgot to measure that. Yes, it's now undersized.
Sometimes when mistakes like that happen, it's best to go home, reset.
Yeah, come back tomorrow morning with a fresh brain.
Now that's actually something I really, really enjoy about this competition. Is I like seeing the students learning all of those hand skills and doing the machining and manufacturing. I think it's not something that that universities focus on in their education, and I think sometimes to the detriment of the students. So these students coming out with an engineering education, they'll often be working in big groups. Engineering is a team sport, and you'll be working with tradespeople and technical people and administration, and the more you understand about the job that they'll be doing, the better you are as an engineer.
Correct. I recall hearing one stage of a young student engineer who was asked to design a particular component for an aircraft, and he'd done all of the calculations, all of the design, was stress tested and the whole thing, you know, he'd done all the stress calcs. Everything was wonderful apart from the fact that it was a solid box welded from the inside.
Oh, this University of Newcastle, they showed some acceleration on the skid pad. It got up to speed quick, and it's done the exact same thing here, up to speed pretty quick.
Good run. Boy.
That was a great run. And that's Newcastle with a 4.45, just a shade behind ECU, but I think there's going to be a bit more in that car.
Yeah.
That was an incredible first run out.
And that seemed to do really well at gathering speed up through the length of the track. It was not just the initial launch that was good, although I think their initial launch was probably a little bit slower than they might have liked, but
yeah, I think what's encouraging about this car, and I think it's going to be really encouraging to the team, is when they went out on the skid pad, they just went out and did it. There was no problems. It just ran it almost flawlessly, and that's exactly, it just lined up and took off. There was no faffing around, and when you have a car that just works, it makes your weekend a lot easier.
correct.
You can really see the amount of work that they have put into that car, and I think the team should be incredibly proud of what they've done. I think it's probably the best looking University of Newcastle car I've seen come through this competition.
Yeah, it's a very pretty little car. Swinburne car sitting on the start line now.
Oh, I'm looking forward to this one, Phil.
This one should be really good. This is four-wheel drive electric.
It looks like it.
Looks like it's the hub motor style arrangement.
We're obviously very happy if we get anything wrong. We're happy for students to come and correct us. Oh, great launch. Bit better control this time. That should be a faster time.
That should be a brilliant time.
4.108. An excellent time from Swinburne there.
Yeah.
You could really see the launch there is really on par with what Monash were doing. Maybe even a little bit better on that launch, but didn't really have the same top end as the Monash cars. Just seemed to build speed a little bit more down the line.
Yeah, yep. So it looks like we may have found the keys. Now, why would they have 2 keys for the car?
I think it's a low voltage and a high voltage system, but look, Phil, the knowledge on the EVs, it's not something I'm really keyed up with.
I'll do a fist pump now because I think I've asked him a question he didn't know the answer to. He's done so well on every other one.
There's many more of those, Phil.
You made up a good answer anyway. I suspect it's probably correct.
Well, it's a reasonable launch. This is not a fast run, but you know what? It is a time.
And of course, these cars are set up to do not just the acceleration test. It's there's a range of different disciplines that they go through, so we don't want to be too harsh about them being a little bit tardy off the start line.
Absolutely.
Because, they may be really well at the endurance. That might be what their focus of their whole design has been.
Yeah, that was a 5.17. And they do have the energy usage as well. So sometimes you've got a really powerful car, but it might be a bit heavier, and it's going to really use the energy, and they do get points on how much energy they use.
That's right.
If you end up using more than your competitors, you end up with a points penalty in relation to them. And it's something to really love about this competition is that you do those trade-offs, but it is still every aspect you can think about a race car is being addressed here. You've got lateral cornering capacity on a skid pad. You've got just straight up acceleration here. You have an autocross lap, which is probably a really good test of the drivability of the car, because that tends to be very focused on the drivers, what they can manage, and then the endurance builds on how robust the vehicle is, and then you measure the energy use. So you really do get a full testing of these vehicles.
You do, and of course there's the other disciplines around the competition, the entire competition, the presentations and static aspect of comp as well. So there's a lot to Formula SAE.
I know there's been really a lot of work done on each of the static events this year to slightly tweak them, and there has been a move, so for the cost report in particular. Watch this, a QUT, a solid launch, but looks reasonably similar to the last run. We'll see. So they did have a 6.7 before. We'll see if that's been made any better. And it has, it's a 6.0. And so this year there's been a bit more of a focus on the manufacturing side in the cost of manufacturing event.
We've just lost the section of the nose off this car.
Oh yes, the nose cone cover.
Just sadly blew away, and I think we're looking for a little bit of that 100 mile an hour tape.
Well, you can actually see off the people on the push bar just how much wind there is. And that would have really hurt the aero teams going down. But this is a car that doesn't have a big rear wing, so that's probably going to play in the favour of Canterbury.
Yes, it doesn't have any rear wing or a front one, but it does have under tray. There's probably a little bit of wing style effect on the side pods there.
Yeah, so there is some downforce from this. So this is what we would call a low downforce car. But they'd be looking for as much mechanical grip as they could get from this vehicle. And we could see on the skid pad that it had a lot of grip.
And from this angle we can see how aggressive the leading edge of that under tray is to try and force the air under the car. So the acceleration of that air underneath there would be fairly high, I would imagine.
Yes, and there's some beautiful detail here. The intakes for the cooling, both of them come and join to the one fan. And so this team is really focused on weight reduction this year. And the word is that they have saved 100 kilos off the car they bought last year. So they moved from all-wheel drive, so it had motors front and rear, to only the 2 rear-wheel drive motors of the same size.
Yep.
And they've really gone a completely different direction and just made it a very, very light car. And I think it's working for them so far.
Absolutely, and it'll be interesting to see the results at the end of tomorrow as to how their overall competition has been. And so far, I think it's looking pretty good.
Well, they will have an advantage. They should use a lot less energy with a light car on the endurance track. So even if they get pipped on speed by a couple of the other cars, they will have that in their back pocket. They'll be able to rely on using less energy. That was a strategy of RMIT a long time ago where they became world champions. Oh, it's a pretty solid launch. So you can see not quite at the same pace as Swinburne and Monash there, but it was a solid launch. And Canterbury there with a 4.41. So just a shade slower than ECU, but they'll probably make that up. And of course the IC teams and the EV teams aren't actually competing together. It's not a combined class. They do run them combined in different events. So I know in the UK competition in Formula Student, they do run the EVs against the ICs. It's one of the reasons that ECU will be over there next year as a chance to compete against the EVs on merit.
And while we're talking about EVs, any of the teams, are you aware whether they're running regenerative charging on the diesel? Or
Yeah, there will be some, not all. So when you run the regen, you generally want to have that with motors at the front. So it's a little bit better for when you've got an all-wheel drive car than a rear-wheel drive. You can do some of it on the rear-wheel drive car, but it doesn't give quite as much back. And it really just allows you to run a smaller battery. So you have to make the decision of whether you go to the complexity of regenerative braking or you just put a slightly larger battery in. But the very best cars definitely are running regen. The European all-wheel drive cars are definitely running regen. So UNSW here. Oh, a pretty solid launch, but then it really did bog down a little bit after the launch.
Yeah, he sort of lifted because he was getting a bit of wheel spin. May not have been the best of decisions, but I think it still came in with a reasonable time.
Yeah, 4.37 moves them into third place.
Yep. And
popped the best of the IC cars down into off the top 3 in speed. But I'd expect we're still to see Auckland come out. That will be a team that should put down a really fast time, but that looks competitive from UNSW, and if they can address that sort of bogging down after that launch, they should be able to take a couple of tenths out of that time. And University of Newcastle lining up for their second run.
good quick run.
Yeah, so we'll wait for that time from Newcastle. I think that is the new time. Is that the 4.45? Either I don't think that went faster than the first time, and you can see on that launch it's just not getting that wheel spin, and you do actually need to do that.
Yeah.
So we talk about slip ratios on tyres. So a slip ratio would be how fast is the rear wheel moving relative to the speed of the vehicle.
Yep.
And the way that rubber behaves, if rubber is sliding relative to the surface, it generates the maximum grip. And rubber generally generates its maximum grip at around about 2 meters per second sliding speed. So about, in kilometers an hour, that's 7.2 kilometers an hour.
Okay.
So you need your rubber sliding relative to the ground at about that for maximum grip. So at the very launch, that means having a wheel that is slightly spinning.
Yeah.
Now that does change a little bit based on rubber and those numbers based on the rubber and the surface, but it's generally in that sort of range. Oh, that's a fairly solid launch from RMIT there. Didn't quite have that drive in the middle of the acceleration there, and it has a 5.78. What you notice when you have traction control on these vehicles, because it's actually the sliding speed of the rubber, you generally need to set your traction control up dependent on the velocity of the vehicle. So as the velocity of the vehicle increases, you generally back off your allowable slip ratio, or percentage that the rear wheel is going faster than the front.
Yep.
So there is a speed dependency, and a similar thing occurs when you are cornering. So when we're cornering, we call it a slip angle on the tire.
Yeah.
But really, the actual rubber in the tire is doing the same thing. It's sliding relative to the ground. I actually get quite excited about rubber, Phil. It's an amazing material.
It is, and I've always had a similar sort of in awe of what it does, and the difference between relatively new tyres as such, as opposed to an old set of tyres that are getting hard. So you'll hear about people talking of race cars with the old rubber, and they need to throw it away because it hasn't got the grip level anymore, and it's purely because it just doesn't have the grip level anymore. The newer the tyre, pretty much the more grip that you have.
The University of South Australia, that looked like a pretty decent launch from them.
It did. There wasn't a great deal of wheel spin, but the actual rate of acceleration looked to be pretty good.
Yeah, it was pretty close to RMIT there with the 5.80. It's actually quite interesting when you start to have a look into the actual material properties of rubber and how it generates its grip. And to think that not that long ago, although the rubber that is sitting in these tyres was sap in the tree.
Yeah.
It's a highly organic material, so it's not something that we can yet replicate at the level that it comes from nature. And then it goes through obviously a fair bit of processing and the vulcanization and different additives to make it a usable race tyre. But it is something that, in a way, tyres are farmed.
And I do wonder whether the tyre is better if the sap comes from the north or the south side of the tree, or what sort of soil the tree was growing in, or.
Well, in amongst all of this, I'm also a little bit of a history buff, and I would really encourage you to have a look at the history of rubber. There's wars have been fought over rubber. It's one of those materials that doesn't grow everywhere in the world, and yet it is so vital to modern transportation. Oh, here's University of Auckland. Oh, looks like the rear wing has
failed on that car as it's gotten up to speed.
It was a 4.36, and was that a failure? I didn't think that was an automatic system. Teams can run aero that adjusts throughout a run, and that's sort of what you would do, but I don't think that's the case. That looks like a failure of that rear wing.
Did somebody lose a bolt loose?
Well, the team that will be happy with the speed that was run, failure aside, the team that will be happiest with this is Monash. So that was a 4.3, and Auckland are really in direct competition with them. That's round one went to Auckland, but it looks like round two might be going to Monash. But Canterbury's still in the hunt there, so. University of Tasmania, this car's definitely, we've seen this in the practice track, it's definitely got some get up and go.
Yeah.
Oh, a little bit of a double launch there, but it's definitely got speed. So University of Tasmania with a 4.53, and I think that little hop at the start, that was probably worth about 0.3 of a second. So I would expect that car's closer to a 4.2 if they can really nail that launch.
Yeah, it was a bit sad for them that launch didn't seem to be quite what it could have been. Car has certainly got lots and lots of performance. To see that we've got plenty of sponsors on board there, with the graphic having been put up by Blendline TV. Big thank you to all of the sponsors of the event.
Well, Canterbury will want to just get a little bit better here, just start to get into competing with Auckland on speed there. Solid launch. Sounds like a rocket ship.
Yeah, I think we've got the sound of the overhead jets that we've got in because we're close to Tullamarine, but it wasn't.
Yeah, no, I don't think they bettered their time there, but it does look like this car's very reliable. This is University of Adelaide. I don't believe University of Adelaide got out onto the skid pad, so it's great to see them through tech and lined up ready for an acceleration run.
And as we can see, this car running the Goodyear tyres. So,
oh, these are a beautiful tyre, these Goodyear 13s. They've got a lot of grip and they get up to temperature very quickly. And you wouldn't have expected to see as many 13-inch wheel cars around if you'd been looking at this competition a few years back, where everyone was shifting to the 10 inches.
Yeah.
But the 13s do offer sort of a narrower tyre. It makes your aero run a little bit more space for aero, but they are a great tyre.
And the greater the diameter, of course, you can increase the grip point, or the amount of area that you surface contact, I should be saying, and hence you can narrow the wheel down and a thinner slice through the air.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, okay. I think they need to move that slip point back a little bit, you know, off the start, because if they can sort out that launch, they're going to have a very quick time. That was a 5.5, but nearly all of that time was lost at the very early stage.
Yes, a little bit unfortunate that occurred for them, but the car has certainly got plenty of performance.
Well, one of the things you definitely see with the difference between these Goodyear tyres and a lot of the Hoosiers, so the newer Hoosiers, which have a smaller aspect ratio, do respond reasonably well, but these are a very responsive tyre, so they're a very easy tyre to drive on. Once you start to get into the autocross and endurance, they don't have a lot of lag in building up grip, so when you do turn the steering wheel on these cars, there is a slight delay before the grip builds up, and the Goodyears have a very low delay, which makes them incredibly responsive to steering inputs, which is very, very important for the autocross and endurance.
Yep.
So we see here, these are wider 10-inch tyres, so they're less responsive when you do the turning, but they've definitely got grip. We can see that here. A good run from UNSW, and they've slightly improved. They're at a 4.27, so they have moved into third spot.
Yeah, good run. And just returning to tyres and the different brands and the different grip levels, if all rubber comes out of trees, how do the manufacturers manage to be able to make those sorts of changes to, or differential among their tyres?
Yes.
They're keeping that secret even from you.
Yeah, lots of different changes. So temperatures that you're vulcanizing at, lengths of that, what different additives, so that there are fillers to, because if you take rubber in its natural form, it's actually a gooey, sticky mess. So in order to get it to act as something solid, it goes through a sequence of vulcanization. I don't want to get into the chemistry. It creates cross links. It basically turns a plate of spaghetti into a combined mess.
Okay.
And that's RMIT. I'm not sure if they got a better time that time. They didn't move on the rankings. We're not seeing the time on the screen, but that's a 5.48. And then you'll start to actually use things called plasticizers to soften things up. And when you're running tyres, sometimes you'll see oils and so on come out of tyres as you run them. But there's some fairly complex magic going on there. I won't say magic, it's science, but it's definitely material science, and it's a difficult material to work with. It actually quite amazes me that the tyre manufacturers are able to get such consistency out of a natural ingredient like rubber. It really is a credit to the amount of work that's gone in material development.
Yeah, there must be a huge amount of technology involved in keeping that recipe just the way you want it, and then being able to adjust the recipe to suit a different set of requirements.
Well, this is interesting because I thought Waikato was scheduled to run before ECU, but ECU up to the line. But it looks like we're in now the second drivers for each of the teams. Nervous Phil and our team's running.
You're allowed to be nervous and so, that's a thing that even I will allow. Okay.
Well, I'm glad you allow it, Phil, because I don't think I'd be able to stop being nervous. Okay, the volley box been lifted. Reasonably solid launch there.
Gear changes and everything.
Yeah, that was
a really good run. I don't think there's a great deal that you could pick on that run at all. That was a brilliant run.
It still didn't look like it improved the time from the previous driver, so that's it did sound good, but it probably was running pretty close to that last one. I'll see if I can pull up what that last time was. So, I'm not seeing that last lap was a 4.43, so only 0.05 slower than the previous best, so pretty close, nice and reliable. The car runs an air shifter, so it has push button shifters, or actually paddles this year.
Yep.
So that does help with the gear changes. But I think the team will be happy. The time is where they expect it to be. Anything beyond that is a little bit of a bonus. We certainly didn't expect to be in the same sort of space as teams like UNSW and Auckland with the all-wheel drive electric. So it's good news. And it looks like in front of us off camera, we're also seeing University of Sydney coming back from, I think, brake test. So hopefully that's a team that is through tech and ready to run, and we'll have another IC competing.
Good stuff.
Yeah, it can be incredibly disappointing to bring a car to competition and not get it through technical inspection and scrutineering.
Yeah, I think that the wind has dropped a little bit out there at the moment too. We are tucked up neatly in the control tower here. I'm not seeing people's clothing fluttering in the wind quite as much as it was earlier.
Well, that was a first run from the university from Indonesia, and I was informed by their faculty advisor that this is the first car that they've had through scrutineering.
Oh,
So
really?
this running is really good news. I couldn't believe it when he told me that, because the build quality of this car is really quite good. You do not expect a car this good to be coming from a team that this is their first time running competitive events. So a huge congratulations to that team.
Absolutely.
I do expect that University of Tasmania, if they can sort out this launch, that they will get a decent time. This car has got the ability to accelerate well. I'm hoping that Waikato hasn't had any problems. They should have already run, so it looks like they may have missed their second run. And maybe Monash as well, or maybe it was ECU that was being run out of order. I know that this is an event that the single cylinder teams aren't too concerned about running in order. They don't get a huge advantage by running late. So maybe they're the ones running out of order. I think this is a really sensible car from University of Tasmania. It's it's quite architecturally simple, and that's a really good launch from them. This looks like a better run. So they did have a 4.5 in the previous run, and that is a 4.43. So they've managed to take 1/10 of a second out of that. That was a really good run there.
Yeah.
I do think from the first run that I saw, I felt that this car's got about 0.2 of a second in it from that the first run that they had. So I think we could see a little bit more of an improvement from there. But that looks like it's getting a lot closer to what that car's capable of. Great run by University of Tasmania. In fact, if you look at the car from the University of Tasmania, this is a car that, if you'd been at the competition a while ago, it would have been almost a template car for what they do. It's very similar to the style of like the high-end cars, how they used to be before Aero, and I think it's a really nice execution of a solid concept.
Yeah. And the best way to start, don't try and do everything. Do what you need to do to make a good solid car, and worry about the aero later on.
Oh, this does not look like a good run by the University of Adelaide. It looks like they have broken the timing beam, so this does count as a run if they're able to get it restarted. Well, everyone knows in this competition that the number one thing is to get through all the events, and by the time we get to endurance, in terms of entries, it's reasonably common that only 30% of the cars that enter the competition will complete everything. So if just by building a nice, reliable, consistent car, you can usually get yourself into well and truly into the top third.
Yeah.
There's been far too many teams in motorsport that have cost themselves good results by doing things chasing the win when they should have been chasing the finish.
Now this is interesting. It looks as if they're going to allow a restart on this.
It might be a restart, or they might be going straight into the second heat for this driver. We'll see. So it's very similar to how they ran them that first time. So
yeah, I wonder whether he tried to give it a little bit more acceleration than the software would allow for on that first takeoff, and the safety mechanisms have kicked in and gone, shut it down. I don't know. Bit of guessing on my part.
Yeah, I'd say that's probably pretty close to the truth. This is that sort of motor control set up. It'll probably hurt them here in acceleration. It'll make them very difficult to get the run any faster than that. But it shouldn't be a problem once we go, too much of a problem once we get into autocross and endurance tomorrow. So not a great acceleration run, but hopefully won't cost them too much points if they can make sure that car finishes everything tomorrow.
Yeah, and that's it. It's about gathering as many points as you possibly can through the comp.
I think Monash are looking pretty strong in this overall event. They're back up on the line. They've got the fastest lap so far with the 3.8. At this stage, I'm not sure that anyone's really going to catch them. So it's just a case of how much can they improve it. And
yeah.
And this event is really interesting because when you are competing against the other teams, it's done in points, not in position. So when you get first, you usually want to get a really strong first to make sure everyone else gets as few points as they can possibly get. So there is still pressure on Monash to improve, and it's a great launch. Great in the traction. We can hear it scraping towards the end under brakes, so it looks like that front wing's hitting the ground. They might want to watch that for autocross and endurance, but don't think they've bettered that time, so the 3.81 still stands. But that front wing was hitting under brakes quite substantially.
Not enough anti-dive.
Yeah, so I don't know if they're running a third spring on that, but they'd want to look at that. It's, you know, usually around the endurance track and the autocross track, there's a little bit of leeway given by the people running the event. They usually allow a little bit of scraping here and there, but if it's consistent and on, you do run the risk of getting pulled in. So that's something that they may want to have a look at. Waikato is back.
Yep.
Good to see them. I'm glad they didn't miss their run. So previously with a 5.14. I think this car's capable of getting into the fours.
And this is one of those cars with 10-inch wheels, wasn't it?
Absolutely. This is a really good car. I think they've designed this according to the resources that they have. They've been switching over to electric as a team, and this car has been designed and built by about 7 people. And so I think they've made very wise decisions on what they've built here. The car is very solid. Decent launch, a little bit bogged down after the start there. Apart from that bogging down, it was pretty solid.
Yeah, the terminal speed through the end gate there looked to be reasonably high, so I think the rate of acceleration was probably not too bad, but not too sure what their time was there. I'm just looking for it.
I don't think that one's improved on their previous time.
Don't think so either.
If you are looking to get these times, there's a lot more detail when you go to the NatSoft webpage, and all of this is being done live, and you can find that under circuit racing. And so we can see that Waikato last run was a 5.244, so only a 10th off their best. It's their second driver. So this is the second driver final run for ECU.
Are you nervous again?
I think I'm less nervous. I think the car's done what it needs to do. We're still to see University of Sydney come out as an IC car, and hopefully Tokyo Denki will. But I think that's a pretty good time for the vehicle. So the driver currently in this car finished second fastest overall in skid pad and fastest for IC. So he'll be looking to add to his trophy count. He won't like the first year coming in and being faster than him. Hear that on the launch control. Oh,
and a stall. They've modified the launch control a little bit too hard.
That may be a modification of the launch control.
Yep.
Oh, well, they'll be disappointed that there wasn't a little bit more in it. And he will be a bit disappointed with that run.
For sure.
But you know what? It's great for the first year to just get that one up on the more senior team member.
So you should have been more nervous on that run.
Oh, that was no. I think we're very happy with the finish there.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's another run completed.
And
power isn't broken. on to the next
event.
So all good.
So each driver in this competition can compete in 3 individual events, but if they do compete in the endurance, that counts as 2 events because the endurance and the fuel economy is run at the same time. So if a driver does acceleration and skid pad, they can do the autocross, but they're not able to do the endurance event.
So of course some of the drivers, drivers would be wanting to do the endurance because that gives them more time in the car.
Yeah, you generally see the more experienced or better drivers, the more trained drivers coming out in autocross and endurance. That's a reasonably solid run. Doesn't have that rapid pace on the launch. And they're still, I believe, in the 6s, so a 6.6.
Yep.
Yeah, I think for me, I think the autocross event is the one that is probably the most fun to watch because the drivers there, they're running on a track that they haven't seen before. They have to drive near the limits of the vehicle and without being too messy, and you really see the difference between drivers on that autocross run. Endurance, once you get a chance to settle in, there's a lot less difference between the drivers once they settle in. The autocross tends to be the one that's the driver event.
Okay.
And you do see a few moments in there. Most of the teams really design their cars to do the autocross endurance. That's where most of the focus is put. There's more points assigned for those two events than any of the others.
Yep. Okay. So a good result in autocross is probably the thing to aim for because that might mean that the car is going to perform well in the other
Absolutely.
disciplines. Yeah.
Absolutely. And that's where you can afford to generally sacrifice. Most cars that are good for endurance and autocross will do well in skid pads, so you don't really need to modify them too much to build a good skid pad car.
Yep.
But not all the cars that are fast on track for endurance are good in the acceleration event. So that definitely is a place. Acceleration event, if it's a rear-wheel drive car, rewards rear weight bias.
Yep.
That rewards a lot of power, and sometimes that power is not usable.
Yeah. Yep.
And it's actually not too sensitive to weight. So we talk about acceleration, and we say, well, a lighter car will do better. But as long as you've got the power and you've got decent traction and it's on the right wheels, it's not a huge factor in acceleration, at least for these cars. Oh, a better launch there by University of South Australia compared to their first run. So their previous run was a 5.8, and that looks like a really strong run there.
Yeah, that looked like a really good run.
Well, that was a 4.86 by University of South Australia. That definitely deserves a round of applause for that. That's a massive improvement. Yeah. It's almost a second faster and has put them well and truly into the top 10. So far we only see one IC car that is under 5 seconds, and we see just how much the EVs do well in this event. And it was great to see University of South Australia joining the teams. They are a reasonable amount behind University of Newcastle and Tasmania, who are both very close. But at the moment we have Monash leading with a 3.8, Swinburne with a 4.1, New South Wales with a 4.27, University of Auckland with a 4.36, but we saw that car being taken away, so I'm not sure that we're going to see them back here, and that was their first run, so they'll be disappointed with that.
Yeah.
Then ECU coming in 5th place overall, but first of the ICs with a 4.38, incredibly close to that Auckland time. Then Canterbury with a 4.41, University of Tasmania with a 4.43, then Newcastle with a 4.45. There's nothing between those two teams. University of South Australia we just saw with a 4.86. Then Waikato with a 5.14. University of Queensland with a 5.17, and they're here ready to go again. So let's see if this University of Queensland can improve it. And they've not done well on that launch. Behind them we have Curtin University, West Australian team with a 5.29. So 2 of the West Australian teams out there running. We haven't seen University of Western Australia out yet, so hopefully they get their car through tech.
Yeah, this looks like it's another one of those potentially the launch control kicking in and into some sort of safety mode. And
yeah, this is a shame to see. They all want to get well and truly on top of this before tomorrow.
yeah. Going to persevere with it and get to the finish line. Yes, made it through the finish line.
Oh, well done. Well, that looks like it's going to be a bit of work for the team. Hopefully it's just something easy that they can fix. Look, I don't know. I know that this can get competitive, but I don't think that there is a team out there that doesn't want to see every single one of these teams run autocross and endurance. We all know, if we've been in this game for a while, we know how much it hurts to not be in those events, and you wouldn't wish it upon anybody. Sometimes you don't want your competitors to run fast, though. But you generally like seeing them run. Oh, and Waikato are back, so let's see if Waikato can drop under the 5 seconds. They'll really want a time in the 4 seconds.
They're not going to be able to launch yet because the other car is still not cleared the track. Push out there.
Now, the really disappointing thing for a lot of these EV teams, especially, is Monash's 3.8 is so far ahead of everyone else that it's really going to cut the points down for most of these teams. But Waikato's in a similar situation. So ECU's currently about 0.8 of a second faster. And so the way the scoring is done, Waikato would really want to improve their time to make sure they're getting some healthy points here.
Got a feel for the students that are going to push the car back. It's a bit of a tough one, that one, having to walk. You know you want to run, you're not allowed to. And get the car back into a place where you can start to carry out investigations to what's wrong and try and rectify it as quick as you possibly can.
Gear. Oh, that's a much better start. This should be an improvement in time here from Waikato. I think that was very, very well driven.
Yeah.
5.10, so only about 0.04 faster. Now, I don't know that you could have driven that much better, Phil.
I don't think so. I think that was pretty much it. So close to cracking into the 4s.
We see Monash here for their final run. So previous time they weren't able to better that 3.812. Now that's a respectable time in any event that you're going to run acceleration. But they'll be looking to see how low they can get and push the other teams down a bit and regain some of the points they may have lost on that skip pad run.
Lollipop is out of the way.
It was a good launch. I don't feel that was as good as the previous launch, but let's see if it's been made up. don't think that has improved things. So that was a 3.866. So didn't manage to improve on the 3.81. It just didn't quite have that last little bit on launch that almost perfect run had. But definitely hearing that wing scraping at the end and that braking. So they really want to have a look at that.
Yeah, I do wonder whether maybe they were restricting their amount of top speed there to reduce the amount of braking that they had to use afterwards to protect that wing. If that's what they did, then they did a very good job of attempting it to still keep it under a 4-second run.
Well, Newcastle here are very, very close to a bunch of teams. So there's so many teams between 4.3 and 4.5.
Great launch.
Well, it doesn't look like they've been able to better their time. And that was a 4.6. You know, if Newcastle here can gain just a 10th, they're going to move up places, multiple places. But I think it's going to be very hard for them to find a 10th. I think that car's being driven pretty well. I think we're going to see the best of that car once it's out on autocross.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm not sure how long we go on this event, but I think we're getting pretty close to the end. I'm seeing Curtin line up for their second driver. 3 flaps open in the rear. Reasonably decent launch. It looks like it's getting a little bit more power than last time. Still probably lacking that top end compared to others, but it's moved up, and that's a 4.63 by Curtin. It's put them well and truly into the top 10. That's an incredible run by them, a big improvement. And they've joined that pack in the middle with quite a few times very close to them. That has pushed the second of the IC teams down out of the top 10. But I think Waikato will be quite happy with that run. That was, they managed to pretty much run each one the same. There were no silly mistakes by Waikato. Drivers managed to deal with it, and that's really important, knowing that your car can do that going into their events. Now, Sydney Motorsport, they have not been out running yet. They are through scrutineering. This is their first time to go for points.
Now, interesting side note on this yesterday, out doing my work at Wangaratta to go to the job in Manila, pulled out onto the freeway right beside the tow people going down here, and they pulled into the fast food and fuel point at Glenrowan. So a very short piece of road. Happened to drive beside them.
Oh.
It's just a total freak.
Well, we're actually sharing a garage with them. It's one of the cool things about being at these events is you're sharing garages with other teams, and we really want to see them competing. Oh, a decent launch there.
Good launch.
Oh, it looks like a missed shift. But you know what? That is points. They are now on the board, and that was a 5.18. I think there's something in this car. That should be well and truly in the fours by the time they get that sorted.
Yeah.
But the relief that they must feel to know that their car now has points on the board dynamically.
Yeah, that just seemed like it was held in a gear and didn't change. So a little bit of gear shift issue there, perhaps.
And I think this is another IC team with University of Sydney that is, this is possibly their last IC car. So they're moving to electric vehicles. And so you really have to, when you make that transition from IC to EV, you've got to really consider how many resources you put into those IC vehicles and how much to the EV program. And it's a difficult time of transition. They've had a long history in this team, University of Sydney. They're a strong competitor. And they'll be looking for a good finish this weekend.
There's a New Zealanders car back on track.
Oh, this Canterbury car is really close to the top 5 overall. So if they can get a little bit faster, they should knock out ECU and maybe even jump ahead of Auckland without a very much improvement to their time. They're very close to that. They're only 0.03 away from ECU and they're only 0.05 away from Auckland. So you'd have to imagine they've got that in the car.
Good launch.
A little bit of a stall just after the launch. But a 4.26. So they have
Third spot.
They have jumped up to 3rd spot for Canterbury. They'll be very happy with that. And you see all of those teams really close to each other. That you know, just a little bit of an improvement into your tuning and the setup of your vehicle, you're able to jump up a fair few slots. They'll be, if they're on their next run, they'll be trying to knock off Swinburne, but I think that's going to be a tough deal. That Swinburne car had a lot of power.
Absolutely.
UNSW are currently in 4th place. They won't like that they've just been passed by Canterbury. They'll want that place back.
Good launch.
You can see a slight delay on that wheel spin.
Sort of gets the initial launch and then there seems that slight delay again, but what's their time?
But they have taken Canterbury with a 4.2256. This looks like we've got a little bit of a battle right on at the end here.
Dare we say competition?
Yes, absolutely. Oh, well, Canterbury's going to be coming back. There are trophies for 1st to 3rd in the EV, and even though there's not much points in it, it's always nice to take home some silverware. I think Swinburne have probably done enough to stay in the top 3, so they should be taking something back.
It's not looking like anybody's going to contest Monash for the outright.
No, I think they've got that one wrapped up. The only team I think that may have had a shot would have been Auckland, but I don't think we're going to see them back. I don't know what failed on that rear wing, but you know, they may even be required to go through tech again.
Yeah, it could be.
So that might be, I doubt we're going to see them run again. We have RMIT here. RMIT not really with a great time so far at 5.485. This is a team that in the past has really shook the world. They were world champions in the past. They've got a really strong history. There's a lot of RMIT alumni here helping out and running events.
Yep.
They're a great team, really friendly bunch of people.
Yes, I see them at some events on display. They just turn up and have a display of their car and some of the componentry. So
well, that's a good launch.
Yeah, good launch. Seen to back out of that before he got to the finish.
Yeah, I think it's it doesn't really have that top end, but it's a 4.6 by RMIT. They're in the top 10.
Well done.
They'll be very happy. That was a big improvement. That was almost a second faster.
University of Newcastle being pushed back in again.
Well, Newcastle a little bit they've got a bit of a buffer to RMIT, but they want to improve that. And University of Tasmania is just 0.02 seconds in front of them. And then there's not that much more before they get to ECU and Auckland. So they'll be looking to see if they can improve that time. It has been pretty consistent.
They'll be looking to take the next step on the ladder at least, rather than just confirm their place where they are.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, solid launch once again. This car has been so repeatable in how it's launched. And a 4.45. So they haven't bettered the time. They stay where they are.
Yeah.
To give you an idea of how consistent they were, their best lap time has been 4.4507, and that last lap was 4.4572.
Wow.
So
Yeah,
I just think you can see the consistency that car is running with. That really bodes
Absolutely.
well for tomorrow.
For sure.
So Swinburne lining up. Now Swinburne are currently in second place. This car has definitely got acceleration capability. You know, I don't think it's going to quite match Monash, but they'd be aiming to go under 4 seconds, and who knows? It does have a fair bit of power.
The difference is a lot closer now than what it was after their first run.
Oh, absolutely. It's a noticeably, I believe, quite a bit lighter than the Monash car. They've got that going for it. It is all-wheel drive. It probably doesn't quite have the same power.
Now, and of course, the other difference being that this has got the 10-inch wheels as opposed to the Monash car with the 13-inch. Final little pep talk to the driver.
I think he's probably saying something in the order of just win.
Or don't break it.
We don't say those words, Phil. Oh, fantastic launch.
Yeah.
It just gets up.
And what have we got with a time?
Yeah, I think that was a 4.24.
No, so a little slower.
A little bit slower. I think that 4.1 was a really good time for this car. I think the big difference between that and the Monash car is the launch is, I think, almost a little bit better. There was a great hookup by Monash, but that Swinburne is at least as good, if not a little bit better, but it just lacks that that extra power once you get into past the launch stage. So I doubt that's something that they're going to be able to overcome. Sydney lining up for their second run, and they did miss their first driver, but second driver will get another heat. They're very, very close to Waikato. So there's only 0.08 between them and Waikato. They did not have a great launch off the line last time, so if they can get a good solid launch, they should be able to drop into the fours.
Getting a little bit worried that the engine wasn't going to start for them, given away.
Well, again, a bit slow off the line. I think that's maybe the driver just feathering the throttle. Not a super fast time, but it's enough to get them in the 5 seconds with a 4.83 from Sydney. So they've moved into second place for the IC cars, and yet another car under the 5 second mark. So a big improvement, big improvement.
Result.
Oh, the other thing you see is, the weekend starts off not as you expected, so not making the skid pad, but then as you start to get the car through scrutineering, then you go and get a dynamic event, and then you just keep working on the car. There's a lot of points up for grabs.
Yep.
And as long as you keep getting better as you go through the weekend.
Yes, there's always the possibility of some of the ones that get through early on failing because of broken componentry during the rest of the event.
Absolutely. You've always got to be in it. And so Curtin there moving up a spot with a 4.54. And this is what you're seeing with Curtin here as well. I think that they're just chipping away, slowly making the car a little bit quicker. Each run's been better than the last. That's exactly what you want to see on a race weekend.
Yep. Chopping the tree down, one axe swing at a time.
Yeah, you don't make a fast car by accident, and they certainly don't come out fast when you first built them. You have to make them fast over time. And so this is Curtin looks like its weekends building into a good place. And that was their final lap from Curtin, so they really put the time down when it mattered. So Canterbury here, they were in third spot. UNSW denied them that third spot. They're coming back with everything they've got to try and get into the silverware. I know that deans of schools of engineering like to have trophies come home. Universities like trophies to come home.
Oh yeah. You could just about give this car to me as a trophy. I'd be quite happy with that in the wall.
I think. Oh, a solid launch there.
Great launch.
And a 4.244. That is incredibly close, but unable to knock down UNSW there. So UNSW on a 4.225 at the moment, I think, with one more run to go, and Canterbury there with a 4.244. So 0.19 between those two.
Very little.
I'm getting a notice coming up on my phone that the gate for acceleration is closing in 5 minutes. So we're getting very close to the end of this event. The big day really is tomorrow. That's the day where we see autocross, endurance all run on the same day. We used to see that the autocross run on the Saturday and only the endurance on a Sunday, but now they're on the same day, which is a lot more pressure. It's most of the dynamic points are on offer on Sunday. If cars have problems in autocross, there's very little chance to turn them around for endurance. So teams will be really working on their cars, trying to make sure that they're 100% ready to go for tomorrow's events. This is good to see UQ back. They had a little bit of a problem last time. They got stuck partway down the track.
Yeah, good to see that one of the push team there is dressed in driving suits, so he's obviously one of the drivers of the car as well. I think that wind has picked up just a tad again.
Sometimes you like the wind, it's a little extra cooling. Sometimes it's not a fan. Oh, that's a much better launch by UQ there.
Yeah.
So hopefully we'll see them. And it looks like they're over the line.
Yep.
University of Queensland with a 5.31. So it didn't better their best lap of a 5.17. But the team will be happy that whenever a car stops running for a bit, it's always a big relief when you can get it back out on the track. So not many teams left to run now. Coming to the very end of the competition of this event. UNSW, they've managed to secure third place, but they'll be looking for second. So Swinburne sitting there with a 4.108 and New South Wales currently on a 4.225. They need to find about 0.13 of a second. See, they've got it. I don't think that launch is enough to do that.
No.
They've got a good bit of power afterwards, but a 4.143. So they have bettered their time. It just wasn't enough. That launch, if they just got that, they would have had them.
We were talking before about the tyre needing to slip. There didn't appear to be any slip in that tyre at all as it launched.
Yeah, it had a huge amount of power once you got past that. Once it got past that, it really built up speed. So that will be a very fast car in endurance. But they're so close to Swinburne there. I think they've got... no, it looks like that was the last run from UNSW. RMIT. So RMIT in their last run got under the 5s at 4.6. It was a great run by them. Let's see if they got more in this car. They're very close to a whole bunch of cars. They're close to Curtin, close to Newcastle. They can grab a few spots here. So team just figuring out there that you've got to turn it on.
Yeah.
So rushing over to flip the switch. Oh, we actually see out the corner, we do see Auckland coming up to the staging area. So maybe they've only got to sneak in.
Yep, maybe.
Oh, okay, and RMIT's away. That looks like a pretty solid launch from them. And RMIT then with a 4.538. So a new best from them.
Well done.
They've just jumped above Curtin, and to see how close they are to Curtin, they are 0.004 seconds faster than Curtin. It can be very, very tight between these cars. You think, I love this about the competition, that you've got two cars built by very different approaches.
Yep.
One here in Melbourne, the other on the other side of Australia. They come and meet, and they're only separated
So
by
close.
0.004 of a second.
Yep. Absolutely brilliant that these sorts of things can go on.
Swinburne here. So Swinburne comfortably sitting in that second place now. They can't lose that second place unless Auckland come in with a screamer, but Auckland are back. So they'll be looking to try and keep that, but they want to drop under 4. Okay, I am getting the note that the gate for acceleration has closed. So only the teams that are through the gate for acceleration, and I think Auckland was racing two things there. They're racing teams and they were racing the fix, but they got it in. Swinburne here. Let's hope for another good launch from them. This is a fast car. Ready to run.
Driver's looking around there as if he's... is it my turn yet?
Okay, it looks like they're getting some assistance.
Yep.
So maybe a little bit of an issue there.
Which one was the ignition key again?
Oh, one of the two, Phil. It is very, very important that these electric cars have the safety systems on it. It can be quite a scary thing if the batteries start in a runaway event, so you have to be very, very careful.
Yeah.
Looks like it is live though. You can see that by the flashing red light above the roll hoop. The car is ready to go. Oh, and
Red flag is waved, but
it looks like there is an issue there.
is this where we should suggest maybe turn it off and back on again?
Yes, I think they're coming over to do that. It is actually a reset. Now, one of the things to note in this acceleration event, it is timed from when you break the timing beam. They're not actually needing to go as soon as the flag waves. It's timed from when they break the beam. So it is in the driver's ability to choose when they launch the vehicle.
Leave in their own time. Much, well, exactly the same as a hill climb event.
Yeah, I do like the approach in hill climbs. Hill climbs are very close to what you get from a Formula SAE car. Very similar approach to how you design them. And the original spec for in the rules for the Formula SAE cars was the design of a weekend autocross racer. Okay. And so autocross is really the United States version of hill climb.
Yep.
And many of the old cars or the teams would actually compete in local autocrosses with their Formula SAE vehicles. In fact, in the US, there are classes for Formula SAE vehicles. Oh, solid launch. Okay, and that time was a 4.1758. So not able to better their previous time. Currently sitting in second place. I think there's probably only about one team in the lineup that has a potential to knock them off that. So almost guaranteed to take away one of the trophies. University of Tasmania is currently sitting about 0.05 of a second behind ECU. They aren't competing with ECU, ECU being an IC team and Tasmania being an EV, but every team likes to gain another spot. So they only need to go 0.05 of a second faster, and they've taken that. And not just that, and a little bit up the line is Auckland at the moment. So a lot to gain here for Tasmania. Oh, a solid launch.
Yep. Good speed through the end gate there as well.
I think that one, the driver was, we did actually manage to pull that back, a 4.429, so their best so far, and they've inched even closer to ECU. I really think that it really should beat, go up a couple of it. The driver, I think, recovered that. There was maybe a bit too much wheel speed off the line, and then it bogged down a little. So not sure if there's anything that they can change to improve that. But it's just in that launch.
Yeah, such a critical part of the any acceleration event. Those first few feet or meters.
Meters, definitely.
I'm showing my age.
It really is in the first 1 or 2 meters that you can win or lose this event.
Yep.
So I really need to practice the name of this university. I keep avoiding it and saying our friends from Indonesia.
Yeah, I'm going to let you practice.
Universitas Gajah Mada. And if I say that wrong, please come and correct me. We might have to say UGM, I think. UGM is their shortened one, so we're going to go UGM.
Yep.
So UGM away here. Their fastest so far was a 6.6. And that run was a 6.85.
Really good to see them here, and it was this is their first event where they've managed to get on track, that right?
Absolutely.
So,
absolutely.
Big effort and well done to them.
Well, it really is. You build a running car first, then you build a fast car.
Yep.
There's so much to learn in getting a car to run. Now we have the University of Adelaide. So University of Adelaide currently sitting with a 5.52. They'll really want to get into the 4s. It's a beautifully built car. And the car really matches the shirts of the team. It's almost a one-for-one colour match.
They've done a great job of presentation. Oh,
I think we heard something click then.
Did.
So that looks like that's some sort of cut-off. One of the safety systems has engaged there.
Yeah, I'm hoping that that's what it was and not a broken drive shaft or something. But
I think most likely a cut-off.
So they're looking a bit handy with the bar and they're pushing it backwards.
Yeah, so that will count as one of their runs.
Yep.
But rather than do the whole down the track and turn it around, they've just, the organisers have wisely just sort of allowed them to push back and line back up.
Yep.
I think these probably wants to be really careful of just how much power he's asking of the motor at the start. And you can see a much more measured approach. Oh, and then it has got power.
It's not short on power. It was appeared to be the, I guess, the traction control has a safety mechanism whereby if it thinks it's getting a little bit too out of control, it shuts it off.
Yeah, they did manage to improve their time by a tenth, so a 5.429. Yeah, that, and you can see that time is all in the launch. That's easily a car capable of the mid-fours with a better launch, maybe even a little bit faster. You could see when it did lose traction there was no shortage of grip, and it's actually quite difficult to lose traction once you're moving like that. So indicates a lot of power.
Yeah.
Now this is a car that we really looking at now. This is Auckland back for their run. They're currently sitting in 5th place overall, 5th place in the EV with a 4.364. That was their first run with their first driver. This is one of the fancy teams in the competition. They absolutely dominated the skid pad earlier today. Almost broke under the 5 seconds. I think it was a 5.02, 5.03. Clearly the class of the field. They had an unfortunate, it looked like an aerodynamic mount failure partway through the last run. But they are composite wizards, so they've probably done something, fixed it up.
100 mile an hour tape.
Well, sometimes one of the downsides of running composites is when you're doing the repairs on them, you need to wait for things to set. You need to wait for your glue to set.
Yeah.
It's one of the big advantages of when you start to go to a more steel space frame and steel components and metallic components is you can affect a repair quite quickly. So we're not sure what they've done here. They may have had spares. In one year we had a composite rear end fail on one of our cars, Phil.
Ooh.
And we managed to repair it with a couple of plates of steel and about as much 5-minute araldite as you could find.
It's amazing the old araldite, what the tasks that's been put to over the years.
Well, we had to do the team had to do a design event afterwards and made sure to spray it all flat black. And none of the judges picked up that there was a 5-minute araldite repair. And it held through the comp and finished, and that part was disposed of when we got back. Unfortunately, pushing Auckland back off the start-finish line. Hopefully that's not terminal, but we do see, looks like the University of Sydney lining up there.
Yes, I do recall on one occasion putting and polishing an alloy cylinder head and going through into the water jacket from the inlet port. Bit of the old araldite came out and that cylinder head did 2 years of motorsport.
So currently Sydney is with a 4.837. They're currently sitting second out of the IC cars. They've got a bit of time to gain if they want to take ECU off from first place, but this car did look like it had a fair bit of power when it got going. So if they can nail the launch and get those shifts working, they should go pretty close. Cars are very similar in power and weight, which is what really matters here. And that has shut down. It looks like maybe a little bit of difficulty getting off the line. Maybe that's just these cars are fairly sensitive on the clutch.
They certainly are. See how he goes.
See the lights on the dash. Oh, a decent launch there.
Yep.
This should be a good run. They should go faster than the last time.
Sure that he managed to be able to get any gear changes in on that run, but
Oh, this is very close to their best lap. So their best was a 4.8375, and that was a 4.8725.
Yeah, okay.
So
Yep.
very close. So I don't think the car's got enough to get it up to quite up into that first place in IC, but hopefully they can break into the top 10. They've got one more run to go. And University of Tasmania. So again, they shaved a tiny amount of time off. They're so close to ECU overall. Auckland sitting there ready to be taken. Their time's within reach of Tasmania as well, but they're going to need an absolute best run they've ever done.
I hear the cooling fan running.
Yeah, the way this car looks, if you had told me this was an IC car, I'd believe you. Oh, that's a good launch. I think that was a slightly better launch than the last time. But it looks like it lost power and lost drive down the line. And it was a 5.15, so it definitely lost drive as it was going through, and it just sort of coasted through. It is running. You can see the driver is actually able to steer it, but they'll have to check out what happened there. So unfortunately, Tasmania not able to gain a place or two, but a very respectable fastest time of a 4.429 from them. They're having a really good weekend so far. And so UGM up to the line. And this should be their final run. Acceleration is running a little bit over time now. It was a bit of a late start to the event after lunch, and it is a bit harder to reset the cars compared to the skid pad. The skid pad is all in a very contained space, but you have to take the cars along the acceleration and turn them around quite a distance. So, the teams are pushing them back. So the cycle time for each of the cars is a little bit longer.
Yeah, and it's quite a long push. I'm sure there's going to be some very tired legs by the end of the weekend after all of the pushing of the vehicles around.
So UGM for their final run. The time that their best time so far is a 6.67. Let's see if they've managed to do better, and they've gone 6.6657. So they have slightly improved it. The car's very consistently doing that time. But
Yep.
Well done to them.
Well done, absolutely.
So Auckland is sitting there. They won't have too much time to get this back out and run. It's been a very long day for the volunteers.
Been a long day for the commentators too.
Well, I think it's been a very long day for anybody listening to the commentators, Phil.
Oh, it's even longer for them.
I'm just hoping when I get back to the accommodation that I've satisfied with enough quotes from Days of Thunder. I don't want people to think that I'm just sitting here eating ice cream. There you go, Phil. That's another quote from the movie.
Ah, okay. I'm going to have to watch this movie now.
I wouldn't recommend it, Phil.
You've probably thrown out so many quotes from the movie that I know they haven't picked up on. You're probably bitterly disappointed.
Well, you probably would have liked it last year because the team named the car Lawrence after one of my favourite movies, Lawrence of Arabia.
Yeah, that's right.
You might have picked up some of the quotes from there.
Yeah, I think I did. Yeah. I'm not a huge movie buff though.
Oh, really? You're too busy working on race cars, Phil.
Oh, I wish I was. Too busy working on computers most of the time these days.
Yeah, I think we had a big period of movies where there weren't a lot of really good motorsport movies, and there have been a few good ones recently. Did you manage to see Rush, Phil, the one with Nicky Lauda and?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, that was quite entertaining.
Yeah, so
I think one of the most the first memory of that movie that comes back to me is where he's driving along in a road car with a woman. The car had broken down, and the woman goes out to sort of try and flag someone down, and then the car comes driving past and stops and backs up, and she sort of turns to say yeah, and they get out and Nicky Lauda.
Yes. No, I think it's, and we're definitely seeing the rise in popularity of, I guess, things like Drive to Survive and motorsport, just sort of getting a little bit more of a mainstream appeal.
Yeah, absolutely. The growth in popularity of Formula One has been immense in the last few years.
And we will see some of these students in Formula One.
For sure, there's been so many Australians, and still is so many Australians in Formula One, not just as drivers, but in the teams, in the engineering side of things.
Or even just recently, we've had one of our students go, and he's now in the aerodynamics department at Mercedes F1. I've heard of somebody from Curtin that is just been hired by Red Bull. Oh, that's a pretty solid launch. If he gets these gear changes right, oh, it looks like he didn't get out of that gear.
Yeah.
And that was a 4.90. Unfortunately, that gear change cost them. It looked like that was going to be a better run from them. But they have managed to get out on track and put in 4 very solid runs.
Some points, yep.
Yep, that's excellent to see Sydney there. And they have done enough to be the second fastest of the IC teams. So they are giving trophies to the first 3 of the EV teams and the first 2 of the IC teams. Some of the IC teams haven't managed to get out on track yet. So hopefully we'll see Tokyo Denki, and there are some that didn't actually manage to make it here. So University of Western Sydney have done some really good work, and hopefully we'll see them competing next year. But I'm not sure whether we're going to see a run from Auckland here. Hopefully it would be great to close out this event with the winners of Skid Pad improving their time.
Absolutely, certainly a very quick little motor car.
Oh, it's very well built. They've been building very good cars for a long time, and I think they had a bit of a knock-on effect. So Auckland were the first of the New Zealand teams to compete, and we've really seen a follow-on of, University of Canterbury. You just can't argue how good that car has been.
Yeah.
And then Waikato in the part, and it's great to see three teams here from New Zealand.
Yeah, I guess we're seeing competition between the universities as to, well, if they can do it, we better do it too, and we better do it better.
Yeah, and they're 3 very different cars.
Yeah.
So you see here, this is a winged car, all-wheel drive, a high-powered, high-downforce electric car, and then with Canterbury we have a low-aero, sort of lower-power electric car, and then Waikato, of course, is a combustion. Oh, a solid launch there from Auckland.
Good run through.
Oh, and you can hear them cheer.
Yep.
Let's see what the time is. And Auckland has moved into first place for the acceleration at 3.693. Unbelievable. We thought that Monash had that in the bag.
Absolute cracker.
And you could just see off the launch there, Phil, that we were seeing something special. That is
the team's
incredible.
Not happy at all, are they? Look at them.
Wow, we thought this event was done. We thought we were seeing a dead rubber here, and there was nothing yet to come. And Auckland have come out after having a problem with their wing. They've gone and fixed it, and they've just come out and done a 3.69. That's incredible.
A big swing of the bat there and hit it for 6.
Absolutely. Wow. So this is a team that has built a car that has one skid pad and 1 acceleration.
Yeah. Monash will be somewhat unhappy, I think, at the moment.
Well, I think there's actually a number of EV teams that have just had their some points taken off them, because that is a 10th in acceleration is worth quite a lot of points.
Absolutely.
That's an incredible achievement by Auckland.
Yeah, really, really well done.
And I think there's also a lesson in that for everyone, is that when something bad does happen, you've got to work it. You've got to work the problem and get back out there, because you never know.
Yeah, stop worrying about the fact that it failed. Just get on and fix it. That's, you can't control what's already happened. You can only work on those things that you have control over. So it's a great effort there by the team to have repaired that car and got it back out there, and bingo, hit it for 6.
Absolutely. So the top 3 finishes for EV. So the trophy for EV, Auckland in first place with a 3.693. Monash in second place with a 3.812. Swinburne in third place with a 4.108. And in the ice,
looks nice and happy there too.
Oh,
He's just been told.
Absolutely should be happy. And in the IC, there's only 3 runners in the IC at the moment, and in first place ECU with a 4.383, then Sydney with a 4.837, and then Waikato with a 5.104. But I think this is going to be really interesting come the competition, because it looks like for both the IC and the EV class that the car that was fastest in skid pad was also the car fastest in acceleration.
Yeah.
So really it's up to the other teams to start chasing those down.
Yes, there'll be some head scratching going on in the pits and trying to work out, what do we need to do?
But it doesn't look like easy sailing. There were some, driver errors from ECU in both of those events, and there was a structural failure from Auckland there. So you've got to hope that the reliability is there, and maybe that's an area where other teams will be fairly confident that their car is going to compete. And I really think that University of Tasmania and University of Newcastle in particular, they just look like cars that are definitely going to finish. So I think we've got a lot to see tomorrow, Phil.
We have, and well, look at that on screen. We see first place University of Auckland, second place Monash University, third is Swinburne, Redback Racing, University of New South Wales in fourth, University of Canterbury in that beautiful little car in fifth.
Yeah, that's an amazing top 5, and you see all the EV cars there. I think it was the first 6 teams EV, and ECU sitting there at number 7, which actually happens to be its car number. But you can see the absolute domination of the acceleration event by the EVs, and I think that people are going and buying EVs for the road. They see the same sort of thing. They see incredible acceleration.
Yeah. I've been for a ride I've driven one EV and been for a ride in another, and they were vastly different vehicles, but both of them had really good acceleration. So, yeah. Interesting stuff, and the future holds we know not what.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh well, Phil, I think that's probably a good time for us to close up the commentating and give people's ears a rest.
Yeah.
But it's been great to join you for this acceleration, and after these results, I'm really looking forward to the autocross tomorrow. So I hope people on the live stream can join us tomorrow as we go into autocross and the really big events for this competition.
Yeah, big thank you to Blendline TV and of course yourself, Kevin, for helping us out here, or being really the main commentator. You have such great knowledge of all of the what goes on within SAE, so thank you very, very much for being a part of the commentary.
Oh, it's enjoyable sitting here next to you, Phil.
Yeah, well, look forward to continuing it tomorrow.
Will do.
When I'm racing on track, I've got to be millimetre perfect. With Indicate grade control on the 3i6, you can set your depth to exactly what you need and the machine tells you when you've reached it, so you can just race through it. Cat machines are part of my team. Make them a part of yours.
Cat Next Gen Mini Excavator technology.
Can be your best friend on the worksite.
With new ease of use Indicate, you can dig to an exact depth, length or slope. And new ease of use eFence ensures that you avoid obstacles, buried surfaces and more. Work faster, safer and more efficiently with Cat ease of use Indicate and eFence.
That's Cat Next Gen Mini Excavator technology.
You just have to try it. Request a demo today.